guys? Anybody at all? Okay.
She's on the right
Well, there's three, unless you're saying no.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, there's 4 seats. There's 4 seats up here if anybody would like to sit. Jim does not bite, so there's 2 seats up front.
And board, we're having a syncing issue with the YouTube feed, so we're just trying to get that resolved, and that's what we're waiting on. Okay, we're live.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make the motion, let's approve the agenda.
I will second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous? Okay, public participation, and again, we like people to talk at our meetings, and so I've got these forms, and I will call you, and I will apologize if I don't pronounce your name correctly. It might be an age thing, but I get to read this before we start. Each person will have 3 minutes to talk, and, but anyway, thank you for participating in public comment this evening. The public comment period is an essential part of local government meetings. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. Generally, dialogue from multiple citizens concerning the same issue will be held to a limit of 30 minutes total. I think we can hit that. Our governing body takes the input into consideration. However, in observance of Oregon open meeting laws, this isn't a time for dialogue, but rather a time for us to listen to you folks. I have a sign-up sheet over there, and I appreciate everyone if they would sign in. Anyone joining us remotely who wishes to provide comment can notify the meeting monitor now by clicking the raise hand icon, and we're up for that, right, Clay? Good with that?
Yep.
Okay, everything. And I will add you to the Quay. The superintendent may direct staff to follow up with you regarding your comment or questions if provided with contact information on the form. Before you make your comment, please state your name, address, and if you live in or out of the district.
Board
Really,
Chair.
if you live in and out of the district,
How many minutes does each speaker have?
we're gonna
take
go
that.
3.
3? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So first up, for public participation, is going to be Tamara Johnson. And I'm also gonna say on board, which means the next person up, so we can move quickly. So if you could be on board, as in moving over to that area and talk, that'd be great. So Tamara, thank you very much. You're on.
Lower this because I'm short. Tamara Bush Johnson, I paid Newburgh School Districts, because we're in the Newburgh School District, but I'm just slightly out of the district. I'm testifying tonight against having mountain bikes back in Riley Park for 4 reasons. The first one, safety. You have received hundreds of letters and heard hundreds of testimonies on the risk of mixing equestrians and hikers with mountain bikes. Prior attempts to separate users failed miserably. At the February 26th, this is just a couple months ago, CPRD board meeting, your former superintendent, Don Clements, shared that he personally went around the state and visited parks where there were equestrians and mountain bikes together. In his professional opinion, he said that equestrians and mountain bikes just do not get along. And then he ran out of time. He was ready to say more, but he was called for time. Second reason, preservation. Riley is a century-old farm with unique character and environmental value. Introducing mountain biking would fundamentally change that landscape, requiring trail construction and undoubtedly bulldozing current land. The proven results would be displacement of wildlife and equestrians and hikers who make up a very large, like 95%, I see different statistics on that, but a very large percent of the district users. The foundation and relatives, also of Crystal Riley, testified they are sorry they ever gave the property to you. The property should remain true to its natural and historical intent. Cost is the third reason. CPRD currently benefits from a partnership with the Crystal Riley Equestrian Foundation, which has funded more than $20,000 worth of year-round trail footing and is prepared to support future improvements so long as the park remains dedicated to its current users. By contrast, under cost, developing a destination mountain bike facility park would require substantial taxpayer money. But CPRD has a low-cost alternative, a riverfront property with a cheap lease, $1 for 100 years, $1 per year for 100 years, and a potential donation of trail construction that it has experience in building mountain bike trails, and most importantly, a connectivity to existing city and regional trails, which, as you know, if you read through some of the open house breakout session, that was the highest priority from all bike users in your district, that they needed to be able to ride from their neighborhoods and houses and connect to other trails. The fourth is commitment. There is a written commitment to preserve equestrian trails. I urge the board to demonstrate integrity and honor its commitments. Your district members will be deeply upset if usage changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask everybody, if you guys go up there, will you make sure that you're speaking in the microphone? Because I will tell you back here, it's really hard to hear that. So you did a good job.
Next up is Rebecca Wallace, and on board is Bob Freshman. Thank you.
Good evening. A full year ago, I raised serious concerns about people living on district-owned property without formal leases while the district pays their utilities. Those issues remain unaddressed. Well, to the most part. This is preposterous. At Brillis Park, a full-time employee also serves as a caretaker on the side. That employee receives a regular salary plus free housing and utilities with no written lease or agreement, a fact the district itself confirmed. That means the value of a housing and utilities is almost certainly a taxable fringe benefit that would have appeared on a W-2. The same pattern exists at Riley Park, where the district confirmed no written lease, rental, or tenant agreement exists, even though the caretaker claims otherwise in a recent comment online. No 1099s have been issued either. The fair market value of those unreported benefits when added up over multiple years is substantial, likely tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. If later determined to be taxable, the district could face significant back taxes, penalties, and interest. That unreported liability would create audit findings, force unexpected adjustments in future budget cycles, and burden taxpayers even more, not to mention the unexpected personal tax liability for the recipients who didn't know better. Even more outrageous is the lost revenue at Riley Park. The Lower Yellow Farmhouse was renovated into a premier event venue that rented at $10,000 per weekend, including a commercial kitchen, ADA bathroom, meeting space, bridal suites upstairs, an outdoor kitchen, and a fire pit for up to 100 guests. Now it sits largely shut down as private housing in exchange for basic gate locking and yard work, as what was said in the public comment by the caretaker online. There is also a second major issue. In 2005, CPRD board itself created a Chehalem Center Association to manage the Chehalem Cultural Center on behalf of the taxpayers who own the building. Yet in 2018, the CCA board unilaterally amended its bylaws to strip away CPRD's control. The district never voted on, discussed, or approved this change, and that's a fact. CPRD confirmed it in a public records response. Under the long-term management agreement, CCA pays no rent and shares no revenue with the taxing district. They have millions of dollars in revenue left over every year that they receive, and they pay CPRD nothing. Taxpayers cover maintenance and utilities while CCA keeps every dollar from events, classes, and rentals. Meanwhile, CPRD was forced to close its own Bonnie Benedict Community Preschool because the building was unsafe, yet CCA rents space in the cultural center to a for-profit daycare. Public assets belong to the public. They must be managed with written agreements, fair market value, or open competitive processes. Full transparency, proper tax reporting, and actual financial return to taxpayers, not handed out as undocumented perks or sweetheart deals. After more than a year, the public should not still be waiting for basic corrections on issues this serious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On board will be Brian Bowman, and we have up Bob Freshman. Thank you.
How's this? My name is Bob Freshman. I live in District, on Corral Creek Road. I'm a 26-year user of the Bob and Crystal Riley property. My wife and I were invited by the Rileys to use their property starting in 2000, and we've been on that property essentially continuously using it since that time, primarily for me as a hiker, and my wife previously as riding her horse there from time to time. I'm one of the people on the Chehalem Heritage Trails Citizens Advisory Committee, that one of a group of us that recently resigned. And I just want to read very quickly what is on the website. Is for the purpose of the committee is to provide recommendations to the board of directors regarding new and developing trails and pathways within Chehalem Heritage Trails network of pedestrian, bicyclist, equestrian, water, and any other modality of trails, and work to create a volunteer base and network for trail maintenance. So we took this as what our function is. We were very disappointed. I think one of the things that led to our group of us resigning is we asked Jim McMaster, the board president, to allow us to do a presentation 2 meetings ago as the Heritage Trails Committee. He refused. And that was very disappointing to us. This was one of the functions. We're an advisory committee. We have no authority to make any rules or regulations. We also felt that spending $10,000 on a bike industry consultant while making absolutely zero effort to incorporate any communication to the largest user group, 80% of the users that park are hikers. Nobody has made any effort from the board or from CPRD staff and to reach out to these people and see what they're thinking. I talk to them every day. I literally am up there virtually 7 days a week. I talk to these folks. Almost none of the people I talked to knew there was even any kind of talk about bikes returning. The people I spoke to were virtually unanimous. They wanted to keep the park as is, including some people that were mountain bikers that came to Bob and Crystal Riley because they felt safe to take their families and walk there without having to do it. The quote from them is, "There's other places where we can go. We don't need to change this." We need to learn from our previous experience. What happened before with the bikes was a disaster. Signs were ignored, it became dangerous. I stopped using it, and many other people. We now have someplace that is well used, and I would really like to make sure we maintain that usage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Rebecca Heron on board and Brian Bowman to speak. Thank you.
Brian Bowman. I'm on Melody Lane in District. Good evening, thanks for the time. I wanted to start by highlighting 2 points that Matt Smith made recently that I think were worth building on. First, Matt, you noted that we need sports fields and observed that many of those users aren't showing up to this room. That's an important insight. It reflects a broader pattern that some user groups aren't highly visible in public meetings, while others are. Cyclists fall into the less visible category. We know from the district's own surveys, including one that was statistically robust, that cyclists represent a larger user group than equestrians in the district. So the gap we're seeing here isn't about the level of use, it's about who's able to consistently show up to meetings. I will say I'm a little jealous of the equestrian community's ability to turn out a crowd. You guys do a great job. My point is that absence from this room shouldn't be interpreted as absence of need. Second, I wanted to recognize, Matt, your vision on writing opportunities at the landfill. I do genuinely appreciate the forward thinking and emphasis on accessibility and the idea that people could reach it by bikes. At the same time, there's many practical concerns. The landfill site has real constraints, ownership, environmental complexities, and costs of developing new land. This is likely a long and very uncertain path. Still, I look forward to what the consultant comes back and says. If provided off-road trails for cyclists is truly imperative, that's Jason's words, imperative, it can't be deferred to a project like the landfill. It requires more immediate action. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rebecca Heron is up. And on board would be Monica. Monica, I'm gonna try to help, but anyway, Rebecca, you're on board. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Rebecca Heron from Sheridan. The CPRD Facebook page states, as your mission statement, is to connect and enrich our community through parks, recreation, open space, natural resources, and educational opportunities. I believe Crystal Riley Park fits every single box there is there. But I feel this mountain bike issue at Riley Park is being bulldozed through. It was introduced at the January meeting with a plan to vote in February. The CPRD posted no signs at the park or any announcements of this change. Perhaps it was unintentional, but it looks like it was a done deal to allow mountain bikers. Meanwhile, we've talked to the board about maintaining the safety of the user groups, honoring the Riley's intent with the property, and preserving the park's unique features. We pointed out facts. Hikers are your biggest user group and will always outnumber mountain bikers. Honoring your taxpayers should be more important than serving as a hotspot for out-of-district use. If this park becomes a mountain bike destination, you will lose the hikers. It won't be safe, and that's a fact. According to board reports, Riley Park is enjoying its highest popularity. The trails and grounds are in excellent condition. It's a perfect and natural fit for this century farm. Please keep Riley Park for hikers and horsemen. I urge you all to consider this issue very carefully. Think of who's going to be impacted and vote to maintain the success that Riley Park has achieved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Monica? Thank you. I apologize if I pronounced that wrong. And then Rachel Bonnet is on board, thank you.
Sorry. Well, as you can see, I have a service dog because I'm disabled, so. My name is Monica Phelps. Sorry, can you hear me better? Anyways, I live in Salem, but I ride horses because I can't hike and I can't ride bikes because I end up in the hospital. So I have had several experiences. Willamette Mission State Park is one of the best parks about posting trail signs for trail etiquette, but yet within the last couple years, I've had times where I'm out there with friends, I'm out there with young horses and or my grandkids, and I've had bikers come towards us on the trails, and I've had one gentleman that was much older than me and should know better tell me, "Oh, your horses look well behaved," as my friend who's in her 70s almost gets dumped off her horse because he won't stop. With that said, I've also ride up at Silver Creek Falls. I ride out here at Riley Park. I do ride all over the state, but Silver Creek Falls, I've been on Buck Mountain Loop where there's a huge drop off. I've got 2 kids and 5 people with us, and I end up having to block the trail because a guy is coming up the trail and he tells me, "I have the right of way because I'm going uphill." And I said, "I have kids up here that haven't even been on horses for 30 days. And he says, doesn't matter, I'm going uphill, I have the right of way. I said, trail etiquette says you have to stop for horses. I ended up having to block the trail so that my grandkids didn't get dumped off a 30 to 40 foot embankment down. It's very dangerous. One of the other places that I used to ride, which I don't anymore, is the Vernonia Banks, where they took the horse trails and they paved it. I went up there with my friends, my daughter, my husband, 2 of my grandkids. We went to go out on trails to meet up with a couple of my friends. We didn't even make 10 minutes, about 5 to 10 minutes. Over 50 people going past us, full speed. I've got a horse that I was brand new to, and you know, I've had her at my house, but I haven't taken her out on trails with bikes. I had grandkids, and I had my daughter, and it was, the space for the horses is very narrow. I mean, I think this podium might be actually wider than the space was for the horses. And we had over 50 people go past us. Only one person stopped. We ended up turning around and going back to Silver Creek Falls to ride because it was unsafe for my grandkids to be out there. There's so many trails out there for people who ride bikes, for mountain bikers, for hikers. There's limited amount of space that is for hikers and equestrians.
Monica, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Rachel is up, and on board is Hannah Hetty.
Hello, I'm Rachel Benet. I am the Performing Arts Manager here at the Chehalem Cultural Center, and I am a lifelong mountain biker. Also grew up both as a mountain biker and an equestrian. And so I have experienced both of these things in my life and been on both sides of the trail, if you may say. I am here of the opinion that trails can be shared, and I'm sorry to hear that there are some folks out on our trails that are unkind, inconsiderate, not willing to follow some of the trails, the rules of the trail. That does not represent mountain bikers as a whole. Mountain bikers that I know are kind, considerate, family people. I myself have stopped for horses coming up, down the trail many times. I believe that we're very able to share trail space and as humans be kind and considerate to each other. As a single mom, I moved into the Newburgh area, and something that actually almost kept me from moving to Newburgh was the complete lack of mountain biking trails in the area. I grew up as a mountain biker. It's been a huge part of my life, my health, my mental health. And when I moved to the town here, there's nothing. There's still nothing. I moved here back in 2014. If I want to go ride my mountain bike, I have to drive about an hour in any direction. And this is coming from someone who considers what a mountain bike trail is. That's truly an off-road trail. It's not a paved, flat byway. There's terrain, there's trees, there's the ability to be out in nature. I don't have the time or the money as a single mom to be able to go to these other places and ride my bike. It would be a beautiful thing if Newburgh provided the space for myself, my daughters, and others like me to be able to enjoy this healthy hobby right here in our own town. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Hannah Hetty. And then on board would be Jack Chris, please.
Hi, my name is Hannah Hetty, and I live off of Jody Court, and I'm in district. I'm speaking here in favor of splitting the trails at Riley Park into a bike section and a horse section. And I hope that hikers can feel safe in both places. I'm a peacemaker, so I really appreciate everyone's commitment to civility and being kind. This is obviously a heated topic and a hard one for the community. I'm a part of the Sustainable Solutions Group of the Newburgh-Dundee area, and I have heard some concerns from some hikers and people that the plants will be impacted a lot by bicycles. So I just wanted to speak to that and say that in my research, bicycling should not have a greater impact than the horses or the hikers, because bicyclists like to stay on the trails too. So I don't think that we should see too much worse. And the bicyclists I know are lovely people. They're thoughtful. They know to get over when a horse is coming. But like I said, I think split use is a better solution because of all the safety concerns I'm hearing. The bicyclists I know love the plants, they love the animals, and I've volunteered with them in this town to better our trails and parks, and that's been a real joy. Kind of changes the subject, but I just want to also, while I'm up here, say thank you to CPRD board and staff for your service and for the way you steward our parks and programs. You've provided youth sports, which have meant a lot to my family and our friends, helped our kids grow up strong and make friendships. And big shout out to Nicole Llewellyn and Caleb Burris for organizing all that. It's very meaningful. Also, thank you to CPRD for partnering with the community tomorrow at Arbor Day event. I'm really excited. We're going to plant 100 trees at Shad Park. And shout out to Brian Stewart, who is our tree hero, and we're really excited to do that tomorrow, and it's very meaningful to work with the community and with CPRD. So keep up good work. Thank you for listening to everyone. I know this is a hard decision, so good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Jack Kriz, and Michelle Lakeman is on board. Thank you.
Jack Kriz, Newman Lane, in district. I just want to say I agree with the comments that Brian Bowman made and also the prior two speakers. I'm a cyclist, and I think that it's proven that you can have a mixed use on any particular parkland, assuming it's large enough, and I think Riley Park is. Also, I want to reiterate the point that the cyclists appear to be what I call the silent majority here. Your surveys have shown over and over that a vast majority of people want some cycling areas in the district. Currently, there are none. Now, I know the questions have said they have no place to go. Same thing for the cyclists. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Michelle, and then on board is Johnny Long.
Hello, Michelle Blankenheim on Earlwood Road, live in district. And my husband and I are regular hikers at Crystal Riley Park. What we appreciate at the park is the peace, tranquility, wildlife, and all the nature. The improvements by the park staff, in addition to the year-round footing provided by the equestrians, has allowed the park to thrive. You drive by on the weekend, the parking lot is full. I want to emphasize what we like about it is the peace and tranquility of the park. We don't have to worry about a biker cutting through single tracks and startling us as we are on our hike. The survey shows that the majority of park users are hikers, dog walkers, joggers, who have similar values and who enjoy nature. I understand you received a minimum of 200 letters from hikers who want it to remain bike-free. So please help me understand what has changed that makes you want to strip away the sanctity of the park for the hikers, which are the majority of the users. You say you want to do what for the majority of the users. They are the hikers, the dog walkers. users, just to satisfy the minority of users being the mountain bikers. Now, the survey may have showed bikers as a decent percent, but the survey does not break it down into mountain bikers. So we would like to know what that percent would be, maybe 1/4% of the total bikers that responded. The only change that we see is the board, which of at least one is an avid biker, that he wouldn't even allow the proposal of the alternate, almost free 53-acre custom-built riverfront mountain bike site to be on the agenda. So some questions. Will any board members who are avid bikers, will you recuse yourself from the vote, as that seems to be a big conflict of interest? Why not let your constituents be aware of this almost free mountain bike alternative? It's $1 lease, and the people who want to build it are ready to build it now. I hear people saying, oh, it'll be years. They say they're ready to go now. So how do you justify even thinking of taking away a peaceful park from the majority of users? There's already users there. You're going to give it away for the minority of users who are the mountain bikers. Mountain bikers need their own space. There is no doubt about that. And I encourage you to custom build the riverfront property. Take advantage of that lease at no cost. It's a win-win. Builders are ready to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joni Long, please.
Hi, my name's Johnny Long, and I'm an equestrian. Like Monica, I travel all over Oregon riding horses. And for years, I've never had, I believe, this might not be a popular opinion, but I believe we can share the trails with bicyclists. I strongly believe that until about 4 years ago when I had a run-in on Hardesty Trailhead outside of Lowell, outside of Eugene, Oregon. A bicyclist was on the trail, came up behind us. There's etiquette. Bicyclists are supposed to yield. As I'm riding with my horses, they're animals. A bird can spook them. Somebody walking a dog can spook them. That's a given. They're animals. But this bicyclist rode up behind us, and it was a catchback trail, so the trail was really windy, and he seen us and slid to a stop. I was riding a horse and ponying one that I was training, and my friend was riding a mule and also ponying one that he was training. Our horses initially spooked, which was fine. We got him under control, and we yelled at the bicyclist to stop. He saw us, and we think he has headsets on, because then he proceeded to approach us on the catchback turns, and he was backpedaling his bike, and it was clicking. That just sent the horses over the edge, because they couldn't see him. We were trying to get him turned around to show what was approaching us, and we're screaming, wait, wait. And he kept coming, and I stepped off of my horse because she kept rearing up, and the mules are known for it's fight or flight. They turn around, they're going to challenge and kill whatever's coming after them. So the mule turned around, the rider stayed on, but the two horses we were ponying also got loose. When I stepped off of my horse, the horse that I was ponying hit my horse and knocked it away from me. So now we have 3 loose horses, and we had been out riding for about 3 hours, and we were right at the end of the trail, almost to the trailhead, and I could hear the semi-trucks going past us, and I'm thinking, oh my God, the horses are going to run out onto the freeway. And they got to the mule, and then they went off trail, and it was right after a windstorm, so a tree had fallen down, and a branch had went up, and I've got pictures of the injuries of my horse. A branch caught her leg, and she went around. I'll leave these so everybody can see these, but it pulled her, a big chunk of her meat. It went all the way to the bone, and I rushed her to the vet. I got her there in 45 minutes. Months and months and months of rehab to get my horse back to being okay. But my problem is when he approached us and it spooked my horse, and 2 of them, he came around the last bend, and we're still screaming at him to stop, and he comes around the last bend, and the horses then bolted, and my friend on the mule had caught my filly here, and he was holding her, and I saw her wound. The bicyclist asked me, he goes,
Joni, I don't mean to interrupt, but the 3 minutes is up, sorry. Thank you for what you
Yeah,
shared with us.
I just think there needs to be etiquette.
Appreciate
They
it.
need to,
Thank you.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, we have no one online, is that right, Lane? Wants to speak?
Richard, could you look and see if we have hands raised online? Or,
Signed.
oh, are there other
So I
hands?
also signed.
Did you turn in a form?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, we'll check.
It's probably my bad. Nick, if you would look for both this general sign-in form and the comment form separately, let's go ahead and look at both of those and make sure we got everybody, please. And I can come help if needed.
All right, we do have one more for Chris, it looks like.
Is there anybody?
Yeah, was there anyone other than Chris who wants to speak?
I think I just
Ryan?
signed up on the main form and.
The
Yes.
BMX folks are gonna come in.
I was gonna speak for a separate comment.
Oh, did you sign a form?
No, it was on the sign up.
On the sign-up sheet? Okay. All right, Chris?
Yes, thank you.
And Ryan, I know you want to talk in,
Yep.
how do you go? No problem. Chris?
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Chris Reisowitz. I live on Heater Road on Parrot Mountain, just out of district. I'm about 2 miles from the border of the park. I've been there for about 5 years. I live on horse property. I'm a hiker, hiking Riley all the time, about 5 days this week. I'm a former runner, can't run anymore. Lifelong cyclist, and I'm an equestrian. In fact, rode horses in Mongolia 2 years ago. It was fantastic. Until my buddy fell off. He's not experienced, but be that as it may. I'm certainly in favor of restoring cycling access to Riley. I used to ride up there a couple of times a week when it was permitted. And I think the trails are really perfect for off-road cycling. My grandkids, Kane, 9 years old, and Camden, 7 years old, live on Cramion in district. We've been talking for years about learning how to mountain bike, and there's no convenient place to do that. I've had to tell them that we cannot go to Riley Park, a couple miles from their house. I think that there really are, as I said a month ago, easy solutions. And if the board thinks that sharing trails is not appropriate, there are some solutions. One is to go back to an east-west split, which I felt personally worked very well for me. Another, which I mentioned last month, was some sort of a temporal split, 3 days, 4 days a week, or it could be odd, even days. There's a lot of ways of separating mountain bikes and horses, but still allow both uses of the park. We've talked about the board's mission, which essentially is to serve the best interests of the public, provide outdoor activity availability, and your own surveys show that biking, people in favor of biking were 20% on your survey, equestrians were 2%. That's a 10-to-1 ratio of people favoring cycling over equestrian activities. I'm not saying horses should not ride at Riley. Of course they should. But I think there are ways of sharing the park, which is perfect for both activities. Also, your 2025 open house event feedback shows, and I'm going to quote, preference for, quotation, family outings, mountain biking, and road biking. Road biking were the most popular activity types. So your own surveys, your own polls show there's a very large interest in providing cycling trails. As other people have said, there really are no trails in the community. I've got to drive an hour or so. I think the closest place to do reasonable off-road riding is Chehalem Ridge. I was there a couple of weeks ago, encountered some horses, and pulled off the trail. I know I'm out of time. I'd like to say a lot more, and I will be submitting a letter for your consideration.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, I apologize for the miscommunication on folks that want to talk, so I just didn't want to interrupt him, and so what do we have here? Black marks. Okay. So next up, we have Grant Burns, and on board would be Andrew Hughes. And
awesome. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Grant. I'm in district off of Edgewood Drive near Crater Elementary. And I want to speak in support of having mountain bikes allowed at Riley Park. First of all, hearing the poor experiences that equestrians have had with mountain bikers, that's incredibly disappointing. As someone who has grown up, I grew up across the street from a 5,000-acre state park where there was dual use usage. And so I've always known that you get off your bike and you wait until you take the direction of the equestrian before what you do next. And that's something that what I want to say specifically to add a little bit extra is two things, which is that the user group as mountain bikers in the community, I would personally be pushing to have like education, stewardship be a huge part of how we interact with that park, not just as users and consumers, but giving back. Is something that I know I would help lead because education is extremely important, because bikers also can be dangerous to each other and we need to ride well, not just with our other users, but as well as mountain bikers. The second piece is I think there has been a mischaracterization of what kind of trails are desired in Riley Park. We're not seeking to build stunts and have jumps and actually extremely high speed trails. It is going to be, at least what I understand and what I would push for, is the kinds of trails where you're in the natural enjoyment on the slower speeds, et cetera, are going to be encouraged. So that's what I understand. That's what I would push for and what I support. I think it's a fantastic place to teach someone how to ride bikes. And if is going to be interaction with horses, that's a huge part of it. Because as has been noted, there are many places around the state where it's dual use. And knowing how to respect other users is extremely important. I would support the split usage, east side, west side. I think that's a great way to do it. And again, I can say for my support and the community that I have with other cyclists, we would push to be as a respectful user group, because I definitely hear those other experiences and recognize that they've been really negative. And I myself am disappointed in hearing about those too. And we'd want to make sure that that is reduced as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The folks that are speaking off the sign-up sheet, for our records, if you, before you leave tonight, could fill out the regular form and just leave it over there, and then Pat Ricker will pick it up, so I appreciate that. Next up, we have Andrew Hughes.
Yep,
Thank you, Andrew.
I'm in district on 5th Street. Just a comment, I've done a lot of riding at Chehalem Ridge and had good interactions with equestrians on the bikes, and I'm all for the education and etiquette. Really sad to hear that some mountain bikers aren't doing the right thing, but I'm not hearing that a lot of mountain bikers are and do the right thing. So that's also a side of it. What I really want to be here to say, though, is just a big push for how good cycling is for the community. I grew up elsewhere, you can see from the accent, had lots of access in various places to trails. And what I found was, I grew up with youth sports too, played everything. I've coached for CPRD. This town pushes youth sports like so hard. I did 3 long stints as a PE teacher at Mountain View Middle School. And my concern was that we're pushing kids so hard into youth sports, and that's great, but it often just ends, and then they don't have anything else to go to. My experience is, because I grew up riding bikes to get to friends' houses for fun, for thrills, everything, to get to work. You get your driver's license, you stop riding, but then you go back to it. But if kids don't have trails to ride, they won't go back to it. And when they stop playing baseball, they stop playing football, because those opportunities naturally dry up, they won't do anything. At Mountain View, we did PE every day. And I was like, hey, try everything so you find 2 or 3 things that you can keep doing beyond your school days. Keep active for mental health benefits, for all kinds of physical benefits. Get out, use everything that CPRD has. But if they don't get a toe into that because they have nowhere safe to ride, then they'll never go back. And cycling is one of those things that people just keep on doing for most of their lives. And so we need access to those trails. The idea of being able to go up to Riley Park a couple of days a week to ride my mountain bike would be fantastic, as well as get out more safely on the roads and shoulders and trails. But that's all of that's lacking here, especially in comparison to pretty much everywhere else I've lived. So anyway, thank you for your consideration, and cycling's good for people, so yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this Sherry McConnell? Did I say that right?
Yeah, I haven't been to any of these meetings, but I've been following it online. Sherry McConville, Dundee. I've been going to the park for probably since 2019, maybe. Not a whole long time, as many of you have. But I wrote down some concerns I had for myself. First of all, you have an opportunity to do a bike path over on the riverfront. Great opportunity. You know it's going to cost money, whatever. Also, a gentleman and his wife hike there since 2000. She rides, he hikes. Great. Biker attendance. Somebody had made a comment about how many biker people are here, how many horse people are here, and how many hikers are here, whatever. Trail etiquette. I've seen some horrible bike people with trail etiquette. I can tell you that somebody had made a comment about how far they have to go to ride their mountain bike. Have you tried to go find a horse trail close by? They're further than the hour. Just saying. So even for me to go from Dundee up there to Riley Park, that's maybe half hour from my home, and that's close. That's the closest one I have. So if you have, mountain bikes go out to Mission Park, that's 35 minutes from here. What I don't understand is if you guys all want to share these things, how come we don't do like some of these other parks? Hikers only, bikers only, horses only. Go check out Mission Park. That's exactly what they do out there. And even Chehalem Ridge, somebody said something about that. There's a lot of those trails that are only hikers, only bikers, and only equestrian. So just a thought, you guys are talking about changing up days. Not everybody can do every other day to go to Riley Park on horseback and then the other days be bikers. Everybody's schedule conflicts, so it's not going to work for everybody's benefit doing that. So that's about all I had. Just that, I just was taking notes as we went, and maybe we sort the trails. Only be on one trail at a time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ryan Reinhofer?
Hello, Ryan Reinhofer, Parrot Mountain in District. I actually had something prepared that I'll try and get through within the minute, but listening to all of these speakers, I'm just compelled to go a little bit off of my script here because a lot of the things from these people that haven't been up there as long as I have, or a lot of the other people that have spoken and given years and years of testimony, we did try to split the park. We tried earnestly. Where's Brian Bowman? Brian, I remember sitting next to you right there going, hey, let's just split the park. We gave it a try. We've been here before. We've done it before. It didn't work. And the fact that CPRD can't even manage their own homes on the park, they're not going to manage, they're not going to police, they're not going to do the etiquette, they're not going to do the schooling on teaching people that you can't buzz by and spook horses. We've been here before. This is not new information. And that's why it's so frustrating for someone that's ridden up there for 11 years that sat with Brian Bowman and said, hey, let's give it a try. It didn't work. And that's why, for safety reasons, it's been returned to the original intent for equestrian hikers, and it is thriving to the way we see it today. Thriving. And to quote Bob Freshman, he's up there every single day for 26 years. No hiker even knows this is going on. It's like it's just behind the surface because they want to hide and slide something through. And that is the biggest user group, and nobody can argue with that. The hikers are the huge, huge user group. They're the mass there. Every time I'm there, I go, are you aware of, and how would you like that? What are your thoughts? Not a single person has asked to have the bikers there. And this is not against bikers. It is not against alienation. Everyone can come to the park. Everyone. To your point, I'm sorry, is it Australia that you're from? I don't know. Okay. To your point, being outside, absolutely. Get the kids off the iPad. You can come and hike. You can come with your feet. You can look at nature. Everyone can come. Everyone. Just not a place for bikes. I can't take my horse to the pool. I recognize it. I'm not going to push it. I can't take my horse to the golf course. No problem. Because not every single venue suits every single activity. But what this one does, it suits two groups. The equestrians, the hikers, the dog walkers. It's thriving that way. Please, please, please find another venue for the mountain bikers because they deserve it too. And I want them to be happy as well, but I want it to be safe for everyone. So that was my off script. I don't think I have any time to go what I was going to say, but a lot of the folks that are here tonight haven't been up there and haven't had the history that we've been here before, we've tried it before, it didn't work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of our public testimony. I appreciate everyone for coming and speaking their views. But we do have a 10-minute presentation on the schedule as part of public participation, the Chehalis Valley BMX presentation. So they are up now.
Without speaking, can I ask a question?
No.
Do we have the, is the slide deck ready again? There we go. All right. We'll jump way to the end. All right. Can you guys hear me? Okay. We went over some of this last time, but just wanted to go into a little bit more detail today because we have a little bit more time. A bunch of slides here, and I will try to hit the highlights on these. This one, just some highlights on the age breakdown of the participants. BMX in general has a reputation for being a little bit of an older kid sport, teenagers and things like that. It couldn't be farther from the truth. Our main participant age range here is age 6 to 12, and then their parents. So that little spike on the right side there is parents riding with their kids. So we get a mix of people that have been out there for 40 years riding, and then also new parents that have just started riding with their kids. So it's pretty rare in that regard. You don't go to many soccer games and stuff, and at halftime have mom and dad get out there and play soccer. Usually the sports are split, and in BMX it's all mashed together, and the parents race one event, and then the kids race another. We also offer free loaner bikes to the community, and the track is open to the public, so both of those are pretty rare. The being open to the public part, if you go through Washington or California or Arizona, you're largely going to find locked up BMX tracks that are only open during events. So the fact that this is wide open to the public for 90% of daylight hours when we aren't there definitely is a good thing for folks in the district. Go to the next slide. This highlights some of the bigger events that we had the last couple years. In BMX, if the track performs well, you get awarded bigger races. So 2024, we were the top track in Oregon, and were awarded state finals last year. We repeated that last year, so in 2026, September, we'll have state finals again. So those are all big races. We've also got a regional qualifier this year, so we've got 3 really big races coming up this year. Looking down there to that 2027 line, the events that we want to have in the future, more national and regional type events. State finals last year was the biggest event we've ever had at 300 people. Those national and regional ones draw 500, and they're 3 days long. So it's a lot of hotel rooms, a lot of restaurant usage, a lot of people coming into town. So those events, those bigger events, they are awarded based on a bid process with USA BMX, and they will not even entertain awarding those unless your facility has lights and adequate parking. So those are 2 big things that we're working on. Been working with Brian quite a bit on the parking aspect, and then actually had a guy from Musco call me today on lights. So yeah, continues to be a process, but very expensive process. Second, lost my slide controls. There we go. This just shows where our participants are from. So there's a lot of talk in these meetings about being in district and supporting services for folks that are in district. We have a lot of that with the track being wide open. Every time I go there to work or to ride, there's folks out there on just neighborhood folks out on their bikes, riding the track. Our participants, there aren't a lot of BMX tracks in the country. There's 300, there's 10 in Oregon within the Portland metro area. There's us in Molalla, and we're the only one that is open year-round. So we draw people from all over the place. You can see the red dots there. We've got folks coming from Longview, Washington on a semi-regular basis to race. We're going to get a lot more folks from Washington and California and Idaho at our regional qualifier this year. So we get a lot of folks like stat up there, 30% of the racers are driving for more than 1 hour from Newburgh just on a regular race day. For something like state finals, probably 80% of the folks come from out of town. So. This is what the track looked like when it was first built in 1999. Constructed with a grant that I believe CPRD obtained, and then rebuilt a little bit a couple of years later. CPRD provided a lot of dirt in those days too. That picture in the bottom left is before the skate park even existed. I think it was constructed in 2000. So very, very primitive park, and has definitely come a long way. Next one. So 2002 to 2014, paved the corners in 2002. I believe CPRD donated all the asphalt for that. And then the BMX community donated the labor. Additional pavement laid down on the start hill and the finish line. That picture in the bottom right, you can still see that we still had a dirt track, so you have to deal with mud in the wintertime and grass in the spring. That's just the nature of dirt. And so we've largely gotten around that. The slide you'll see coming up here. But yeah, important to note that like all of these improvements, a lot of donated labor with the BMX community. So 2020 to 2024. 2022, we did a full track rebuild, ground up basically, and then rebuilt it. That gray stuff in the picture in the upper right is crushed rock. So that's kind of the secret sauce that lets us race all year round. That way you don't have to deal with clay. So that's the foundation of the track, and it allows water to drain underneath the current surface. So that was all applied. We got, let's see, pavement in the middle bottom picture and then the bottom left. So that was 120 tons of asphalt that was applied pretty much by hand. Landscape rakes, skid steers, plate compactors, moving up a 30% slope. So a lot of hard work goes into those. A lot of money too. That track rebuild was $40,000. The paved corners were $25,000, and that's just materials cost. We secured all that through donations and grants and race fees and things like that. So, and then a lot of partnership with CPRD as well. I believe that year they donated the eco blocks that are the I guess the retaining wall on the second corner right now. So, phone keeps going to sleep for a second. All right, 2025, brand new start gate. So that's the concrete basket that's being poured there in the upper right. That was a $60,000 project. Very, very quiet. If you've not been out there before or recently, the old gate used to slap down. It was very, very loud. The neighbors probably didn't like it. This new one, very quiet. It doesn't slam into anything. It's a quarter barrel that just rotates on itself, and it just is like a light whoosh when it falls down. Other pictures there, we did some more retaining wall work, and then also had to repave the start hill. The crew out at the track has probably more experience paving than some paving crews. We know our way around pavement. One of the guys out there has probably used to work on a paving crew and has probably forgotten more about asphalt than more people will ever know. So it's nice to have folks like that. We've got electricians, we've got welders, we've got engineers. So it's a pretty amazing community. Everybody coming together and working hard. Just a summary of all the stuff that I just spoke through. A lot of small numbers up there you can look through later, but the big one there in the bottom right, $150,000 in materials costs and thousands of volunteer hours that are invested in the last 4 years alone. And then a lot of projects coming up as well. More stuff, more words to read if you guys want to check those out on your own time. But landscaping, I just met Brian out there this morning, and we're talking about putting some landscaping in along the Star House and the second corner. just to kind of control the weeds and make it look nicer. Timing system, we've got all that in the ground right now. Just need to do some computer work, and then that'll be all set up. So there's always something going on out there. It's just a question of how much money and how much capacity we have. Bullet number 4 is the lighting. That's the big one. Light poles on each corner. That one's $170,000 was the latest bid we got. So yeah, if you guys have any pull with Musco with the Rennie Field project, maybe give them a little nudge. So. And then this is what the track looks like today. Honestly, like I've been to probably 40 BMX tracks, and it's a premier facility. The feedback we got from state finals last year was people generally had no idea that the park itself was so amazing. Like they would, when their racers weren't out on the track, they would go for a walk and go down by the river or play on the disc golf course and things like that. So it's a really top tier facility, and then the track itself right now is amazing too. 4 of these pictures were taken in January, which is like to be able to race like that in January in Oregon is pretty unheard of. There's only 3 tracks in Oregon and Washington that are operational throughout the whole year. So, and we're one of those 3. I'm sure I've forgotten some stuff, but we'll go to the last slide here. Some of the main needs that we've got that we've talked about before, parking. We fill up the front lot when we get to about 70 people. And we've had to ask Kylie to unlock the back gate for regular Tuesday and Saturday races now because we're drawing over 70 people for some of our regular races. At 150 people, the front and the back lot are full, so that's pretty much any double point race. State finals and our state championship race are 300 people. We had a lot of folks parking over at Edwards Elementary and walking to the track last year, so we're just trying to figure out parking solution for that. Restrooms have come up before. We've got the temporary ones, which are awesome. CPRD usually provides 1 or 2 extras, and we're probably gonna have to get another couple more. We'll probably pay for those this year, but we had some lines for the bathrooms last year. But any sort of permanent bathroom structure would be amazing. Yeah, that's frequently one of the things that people mention. And then funding for lights, just for those bigger events. It'd be really nice to have lights that we could kind of hit the shoulder season races with, and then be able to host those big events to draw the bigger crowds to Newburgh. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. That was a great presentation. Because this was a special presentation, does any board members have any questions?
I would like to chat a little
real
bit.
quick.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. My son just signed up, as you know, and at first he called it DMX, but we're working on that. But he mentioned to one of his teachers at Edwards, and the first thing she did is she turned to me and she says, "Ryan is amazing, and I really hope that CPRD can recognize the amazing work that him and his crew do." Grant, as well.
We have a lot of good people.
I just want to say thank you to all of you for all you do. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, next we have approval of consent agenda. Unless there's questions of the consent agenda, could I have a motion to approve?
Motion as stated. I approve it.
Second. Okay, the motion's been moved and stated. Can we have a voice vote on this?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, is that who we want to do?
Well, I kind of said Brandon on it. And Jim, aye, so it's unanimous.
All right.
Thank you, everybody, for coming.
Thank you. Drive safe.
I'll wait for the room to empty out.
Hey, did Brian Hetty head out of here already? Or David Hetty? No, tell him it was at the prayer breakfast. That's where I saw him.
Yeah, also.
Okay, so next we have some action items to talk about, and one that I know that a certain gentleman in the front seat here has been waiting for a long time to hear about, is the discussion of a preferred alternative concept, the Chehalem Glen Golf Course Clubhouse Feasibility Study. That was a lot to say, and so who?
Do we need to wrangle Clay back in here?
Yeah, I think we need to.
All right.
We can wait probably a couple seconds.
He's here.
This is probably a 20-minute presentation.
I gotta steal your mic there.
This is probably a 20-minute presentation, so. Richard, can you get those slides up?
So are you leading the presentation?
Yes.
All right.
That's the wrong slides, Richard. There we go.
Is there a switch, a light switch here? It's very glare and I cannot see.
Oh, let's see. Let me see if there's a light switch to cut that light switch up here. Is
There,
that better?
thank you.
Clay, we got any water around here? There's none in the fridge.
Maybe across the street. Julie, do you have a water bottle across the street that I can grab?
Yeah, I will, oh, yeah.
What do you want?
Thank
What's
you.
that? Yeah, this is the water.
Out of here?
Across the way.
Oh,
I need to stretch. It's just.
Thank you, guys.
You guys gotta run in the chameleon run next year if you want some water. We'll be back.
What are we waiting?
I'm waiting for disruptions to leave the room.
Oh.
On recommendation from the Golf Course Clubhouse Advisory Committee and the direction of the Shalem Park and Recreation Board of Directors, the feasibility study for a new clubhouse at the Shalem Glen Golf Course was authorized in 2025. We have invited Gary Gola from Ankrum Moisen and Jerry Johnson from Johnson Economics to present and answer questions for the Shalem Glen Clubhouse feasibility study. Many thanks to Michael Bond for getting this started and the Golf Course Advisory Committee for all their work and input into this. Feasibility and market analysis for Shalem Glen Golf Course Clubhouse agreement was made November 5th, 2025. And the design and economic team was engaged. We kind of had a pre-meeting before everything got signed. And we started to gather all the materials necessary to do the study. A kickoff meeting was held October 15th with Ankrum and CPRD staff. That included Kellen Saskin, Clay, myself, Gary Gola, Michael Bond, and I think that was, there might have been a couple. Jerry might have been there.
I'm not sure
Yeah.
if he was there, but some of the other.
There's a
people
bunch.
were- Oh, is that a yes, he was there, or no, he wasn't?
I think Jerry and George.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, George.
The design and economic team was engaged by the Shalem Parks and Recreation District to study replacement of the current Shalem Glen Clubhouse with a new modern facility to meet the needs of the golfers and a growing community. The kickoff meeting was held October, I said that already. Our team identified areas to address, identifying existing infrastructure and community aspects pertaining to the golf course, parking requirements and access to the new facility, the entry and flow through the restaurant, pro shop, check-in desk, retail shop, public access, and maintenance. We looked at ideals for food and beverage service, which included dining space for casual dining, private events, celebrations, presentations, and hosted tournaments. And we also looked at additional community meeting spaces. Staff access and convenience to golf cart storage. Moving the clubhouse required some more immediate access to the golf courts. We also looked at providing accessible restrooms from indoor and outdoor areas from the building itself. And we looked at how the building siting would affect the areas, practice areas, and parking. And we looked at replacement of putting greens and chipping greens as well. Placement of the new clubhouse was carefully considered during this phase of the project. After studying several sites along the south edge of Fernwood Road, it was determined that the best location for the clubhouse would be on the site of the current practice green. The site places the pro shop in the best spot to observe play and provides the best views for the dining room and event pavilion. Embellish some things here. So as you can see, this is a, Richard didn't give me any training on this before he started, but I'm sure Gary has got a better handle on this. These are renderings that were done for the concept phase, and from all the meetings that we held, this was kind of the concept that we chose, the mid scheme instead of, not the base, not the super large one, but a mid scale. From the initial concept design, the team brought to the public 3 design concepts that were presented to CPRD board. We held community information sessions in January outside at the event tent, which was awesome because it was actually warm and sunny. The final 3 concepts and cost estimates were presented to the board at the January 2026 Board of Directors meeting. And we've still been working on pieces of this puzzle since then. We got that the general consensus of all the participants in the public outreach and the presentations was the mid-scheme. And it was determined by community input, Parks and Recreation Department needs, golf industry trends, and economic performance data. The selected design represents the best solution for golfers and the community while providing a return on investment for the community. And at this point, I am going to turn this over to Gary.
Hi, Gary Golub with Anchor Moisten. I'm filling in for Michael Bond, who's enjoying vacation right now. If we can pull up the slides for the first one that says site design. How can I go through these?
Next set, Richard Gary's.
I'm advancing it.
Go. There we go.
You got it.
So I'm going to walk you through the updated design, which is the evolution of that mid-scheme, and show you what refinements and changes we made, and show you some new renderings as well. Our goal throughout this project, we had 3 goals. First was to enhance the golf experience and operations for the golf course, so golfer focused. Second was community focused, to see what we can do on the golf course to bring benefit and amenity to the community beyond just the golfers who use the course. And lastly, our third goal was all this had to be done with a provable ROI and with the idea that we want to make the investment to be sustainable for the golf course and can sustain itself for a long time economically. So we'll walk you through the site plan, which has not changed much since the beginning. See if I can use the pointer feature here. Starting from the existing parking, we extend that parking and add on a drop-off area specifically for the clubhouse itself. The clubhouse is a small forecourt. There's actually 2 pieces to this long building. One is the clubhouse functions itself, and adjacent to that is this piece right here, which is the event space. And I'll show you this in a little more detail in the plans. Adjacent to that is the cart barn and a staging area for the cart barn. So the idea was that all of those operational pieces are very close together and can operate very efficiently. On the course side, there's a patio and outdoor space that's associated with both the restaurant space and the meeting event space to be able to take advantage of the views of the landscape, and also to set up this element right here, which is number 9 on the plan. That is an event lawn. And at the end of that, there's a small area potentially for a stage or a performance area, with the idea that that space can be used for community events, for small concerts, music presentations, and it can be a place for the community to gather for those types of events, and then also the benefit of, yes?
So you talking about a portable stage or a permanent stage?
Right now, it's just envisioned as a pad.
Okay.
I think there's some more detail that needs to be built on to understand what the scale of that will be, how it will need to be done operationally. But the idea is kind of the function and the layout of that. There's this lawn that can be seated, the deck can be used for seating, and then the restaurant will get the benefit of the additional people that come to the events.
Do you mind if we ask questions as you go along?
That's totally fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure the board knows.
So I can get this pointer back. There's also a new putting green, because the new building is sitting on the existing putting green, a new chipping green, and, excuse me, there's some planned landscape improvements to the existing putting green to enhance that a little bit, still pretty much the same facility. And then this building right here is on the driving range, and it's a proposed cover for 10 of those spaces to extend the use of the driving range. And I'll show you that in detail in a plan view as well. Any more questions on the site plan?
So on the parking end of this, how many parking places did you add?
I think there's about 60 added spaces.
And that's meeting the city's code then?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. The codes aren't quite clear on the amount of parking for a golf course, but we've talked to some of our golf consultants and to understand just what that demand might look like, and based on the demand that you already have. Yes.
Does it meet the requirements for the restaurant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. It's all of that's considered
Okay.
in the count, in the parking count.
Thank you.
Clay, could you move to the next slide? It's not moving for me.
Let me see if I've got that link. Richard, if you're listening, would you send me that link?
There we go. And this shows in 3 dimensions of that layout. You can see the clubhouse here in the foreground with this porch patio that extends the dining space and sets up outdoor space. This segment of the building is the event pavilion. We have the cart facility behind that, in between the existing putting course, and then in the back here is the covered hitting bays. And this, in the front, is this lawn area, and kind of at the end off screen here is where's that little pad for the stage or performances would be set.
So I was reading in your information that it has the possibility of solar. Is that going to be on the cart barn if we ever do it?
It would be on, it could be both on the cart barn and on the clubhouse itself. The dormers complicate that a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
But the dormers are actually, they're there because of venting that needs to be done for both the kitchen and some of the HVAC equipment. Some of it also brings light into the event space, but I think we can take a look at that. Do we have less dormers so we can get more solar? It is planned to be solar ready, but I think we may not need to think about how the roof is organized and how those would be laid out.
Right, thank you.
If I can get the next slide. This is the floor plan of the building. It is very similar in size and layout. There's just been some refinements that have happened along the way. So right here is the entry vestibule to the building, which is set up by that drop-off and the forecourt. When you come into the building in this plan to the right-hand side is the pro shop, associated offices, and then the transaction desk for the golf course itself. Straight on when you come in is the restaurant area. So the bar is set up close to the pro shop, and with the idea that there can be access on slow days, and the check-in desk can be operated and bar can be operated by one person on a very slow day. So just to help with operational costs, we kept that adjacency. There's a dining area that has about 30 seats in it, and then an associated meeting space which can be connected or closed off That could be used for extra dining seating, but it could be also used and set up as a boardroom for smaller community meetings. Can be rented out for that use. The restaurant, both those spaces actually flow out to a covered seating area that adds an additional 18 seats, and there's a second level deck to that as well, which you'll see in the renderings. The kitchen is set up to serve both the dining area and this event space. The event space is about 2,000 square feet, and it is an open structure. So the idea is that it's an upgrade from the tent, but it's not fully enclosed and heated at this time. Now, it will be designed so that it can be enclosed and heated, but the idea here is, again, community benefit. We looked at, with our in the economic analysis, is what kind of meeting space is needed in the community, and there's a lot of meeting space at, there's the Allison Inn, there's a lot of wineries that have that space, but that is expensive space. It's high-end, high-quality space. What the thought here is that you can create a quality space, but might not be that quite same level of amenity and not that same level of cost. So you're creating another place in the community for meetings that are a little less expensive to book. So you're hitting a different price range, something that there's less of in the community. And it could be used for golf events, but also weddings, birthday parties, graduations, those kind of events.
So are you comfortable with storage in this building? I'm just kind of,
There is a small storage space.
because I know out on that deck area, you're probably gonna just have to put the chairs out on the deck and leave them there. Is that what I'm seeing?
In the summertime, yeah, and I think that, and that's a covered area.
Right.
There may be some things that are kept outside around the fire pits that would be seasonal, that can be out during the season, but then taken in during the winter. There is a storage area here associated with the event space for chairs and tables. There's also potentially, we have to look at the layout, but there may potentially be some additional space in the cart barn, but that may be fully filled up for carts. And I think some of that too is what happens eventually with some of the structures that are over on the north side of the road. Can any of those be used for structure or for storage? How will those be used in the future? That can also be looked at. But there is some short-term storage in here specifically, or there's storage specifically for the event space. And then the bathrooms have been reconfigured from the last time. Now we have 6 bathrooms all clustered together, 3 individual use that open to the interior of the building. So those are focused on the event space users and restaurant users, and then 3 that open directly out to the outside for golfers. So when golfers are using it or people use the trails, they don't necessarily track all the mud and dirt and grass into the building. They have the opportunity to just use the outdoor focused bathrooms. Any questions on the clubhouse?
Did you, when you did this, did you view some other successful clubhouses that kind of look like this? To come up
Yes.
with this plan?
Yes. Yes, we looked, there's a few golf course clubhouses that we've done in our portfolio that we referenced, and then we had a large, I don't have access to it, but
Sure.
what's called a concept board where we had probably 20 golf course examples from other clubs.
Thank you.
Could you highlight where the kitchen is? I cannot read any of this.
The kitchen is right here, is this long rectangular space. And it's set up so there's a direct access to the dining area and then a direct access to the event space.
Thank you.
What, can you tell me what type of, when you were deciding what type of kitchen you were going to put in this thing, what type of restaurant type? What's it set up? Is it fast food? Is it like steaks, hamburgers, that sort of thing? What is it?
So the thought right now is that would be a third-party operator.
Yes.
So
okay.
we've sized it based on, we've done a lot of McMenamins properties, and we've kind of sized it on the sizes of those restaurants, those kitchens. They're pretty efficient. So we tried to keep this kitchen size very efficient, but flexible enough for whatever third-party vendor might come in there. And then it would be a TI situation to fit that out. But we know there's certain things they're going to want to have, certain sets of dishwashing equipment, venting, certain things we're going to need to provide. But then some of that may be brought in by the third-party vendor. I think we need to see how that would get built out, be part of a TI.
Is there walk-in freezers and refrigerators, that sort of thing
Yeah,
as well?
there's room for
Okay.
all that. We have a layout of it. I don't have that particular layout, but we did actually go through the process of completely laying out a version of the kitchen.
Okay.
The third party may look at it a little bit differently, but just to make sure we can get everything in there that we usually see in a kitchen.
Thank you.
What's the square footage on this?
I meant to look up the total square footage. I can dig up that number for
It's
you.
okay, we can find it.
37.
37? Yeah, 37. We can move on to the next slide. Oh, what? Sorry. We can go one back. I think my thing is intermittently working. Okay. And this just shows the two plans. Basically, the cart barn is just a large open barn building, 2 entry points for the golf carts to go in and out. I wanted to show, this is something we haven't really seen before in any of the things that we've presented, is the cover for the golf range. The idea is that there are 10 spaces that would be the hitting bays, and then there's an extended concrete pad that would also allow for seating areas. So the idea is that by covering, you extend the amount of time that people can use the range. You can drive revenue on those balls that are hit, and then you're creating a social space so that way you get more what we call dwell time, right? So people hang out and use the F&B. So that's what we're trying to drive with this structure. Then we move to the views of the renderings. Did I get oh, there we go. So this is the entry side of the building. So what we did from the building articulation itself is that we kept it, these sort of long rectangular boxes, kept it very simple. We leaned into the aesthetic of sort of the Pacific Northwest agricultural farm buildings, but in a little more of a contemporary vein. And we punctuate the entry, and you'll see the patio on the other side. That's the cart barn there that you're seeing. And then the piece with the lighter entry area, that's the entry where the vestibule is to the clubhouse. So we're using simple materials, simple forms, and just change of color and form there, using that roof that comes out to punctuate the entrance. And then on the next slide, if we could zoom out a bit there. There we go. You can see that same articulation, except done a little bit larger. That's what creates the covered patio. And you can see the second deck there as well. That would even extend those views. We create a lot of space in that volume there with that roof. So we found there's an opportunity to create a second level of seating up there, which increased capacity and would also give really great views to the course. You can see the fire pits in the front and that extended outdoor area, which is something we heard a lot about, that indoor-outdoor space. Again, places for people that want to hang out in after they've played a round of golf.
From an ADA standpoint, are you gonna need to have an elevator up to that space?
No, it's considered equivalent. There's not, because of the number of seats up there and the fact that you have the covered patio below, it's considered equivalent. So you can get away with the one stair.
So, and as far as eating up there, they would have to, that's not part of the plan, it's just more of a viewing area?
It's a little more operational. People can take food up and down, and it depends. It might be a system where you pick up. It depends on what that is, but you can find a way to serve it. It's a little less convenient, yes, from an operational perspective, but there are ways to deal with it.
And is that outside stairwell the only way up in there?
Yes. Yeah, it seats about 18 people up there, 16 people up there, so it's not a large group of people.
So just from my perspective, at the bottom part of that overhang, what rooms are looking out to the golf course? Because there's a lot of action in front of that area.
So that, within the sort of underneath the form of the roof,
Yeah.
is the restaurant, and the smaller meeting space as well, which doubles as dining. The bathrooms are in between the, actually, if we go to the next slide.
Yeah, I'm just looking at people wanting, a lot of the different venues I've been to at the golf courses, they're able to be inside and look out. If there's things in front of them, they're not gonna see the beauty of that golf course.
Yeah, they'll be looking through the patio, through the people on the patio. The patio doesn't step down necessarily.
Right.
Sometimes you are looking over, but then that, again, that creates ramps and other,
I guess it'll just be how they lay it out, the operations of it.
yes. There'll be a slight change in elevation, but just one, maybe one step, if that. And this shows the building from the west side, and you can see the face a little bit here, more of the meeting space. This gives you this rendering gives you a little bit of what you're talking about. It is a rendering, so it's not exactly, it's not a photorealistic rendering, but you can kind of see the golf course and landscape beyond, because you do have tall windows.
Because that's what makes the dining experience,
Mhm.
is the being able to see out onto the beauty of the golf course. So that was just my main
Yeah.
concern.
The rendering kind of shows the intent
Yeah, I
of
see
that
that
here.
there, yeah.
And the other renderings also show the intent of the space, which can be used for golf events, and then also for different types of social events as well. Any other questions on the layout or design?
Looks beautiful.
Thanks. We'll pass it off to Jerry to talk about the
But
economics.
really quick, just on the windows, are we gonna have coverage to those windows if we need it? We're not gonna really have direct sun coming in on that side, I don't think.
The idea is that there would be interior shading, roller shades.
Okay.
And do those doors open if it?
Do the doors open, the big doors, or do they open, or are those fixed windows?
They're sliders.
They are.
What we're looking
Okay.
at there, yeah.
When you say sliders, are they sliders, the windows themselves or the whole door? The whole
Looks like a
piece?
barn door.
I don't know if we can zoom into the floor plan well enough, but the way it would be is sort of think of it as 4 panels. 2 of those panels would open.
So the full panel from the floor to the top
Yes.
would slide, okay.
Would slide, yeah.
All right.
Like a residential slider with 4 windows.
Got it.
This is showing doors that open, but we can have sliders as well, so. Any other questions? I can pass it to Jerry then.
Are we done?
Is Jerry here?
No, he's online. He's
Oh, I'm like, wait.
Yeah, if you'll give us a moment, Richard's probably just switching him over, our speaker.
I don't mind you at all, ever. We need the money.
Just put some in the kitchen.
Thanks for the water, Julie. And Brian.
It's our job.
Your voice.
You do it well.
Next time ask him for a tip, though.
Richard, do we have, is Jerry Johnson?
My slides aren't coming up
Oh.
here.
Okay. Richard, if you send me the link for Jerry's slides, I can, oh,
There they
there, I
are.
see
There
him.
they are. All right. So we talked about a lot of this last time I was there, which was really trying to focus on community returns for the course. Obviously, the clubhouse has the golf community as a major beneficiary of this, but we're also looking at the broader community and how this can serve as sort of the third place and basically provide amenities that really support community in a meeting space and a gathering space for the community. So a lot of these do that, including the restaurant bar facility, which is going to take advantage of the views that have already been mentioned. Additional meeting rooms for the community, so it becomes sort of an area that's well integrated into the community. The outside patio is going to be one of the nicest sort of outside patio opportunities you're going to have. And programming it with sort of a performance lawn type piece, I think is a really great idea. It'll also help your food and beverage sales. It'll extend your hours. It'll get some evening crowds in there when it's not golf time. We're also looking at a series of amenities that the value is not limited to golfers, which can even include golf amenities like enhanced driving ranges and the putt-putt course, or the all those things basically can provide some recreational amenities to the broader community, not necessarily limited to the golfers. We would recommend, if you have a performance lawn type, and got outdoor seating areas, that you have programmed events. Doesn't have to be big events, you know, it doesn't have to be major acts, but local events and local bands and theater groups or anything else you've got to basically program and allow the community to use these and extend the hours again of people who are at the space.
Excuse me, sorry for my ignorance here. What do you mean by a putt-putt golf course?
Oh, well, we've already got the, you've already got the course set up where you've got a short course right by the clubhouse. It largely has not been a revenue generator, primarily because your clubhouse was on the other side of the road, and there was no way to monitor it.
Okay.
But now that you're gonna be close to it, you're gonna have staff close by, a lot of these facilities actually do quite well with the putting courses that are by the clubhouses. It also will feed food and beverage sales as well. And sort of extend that dwell time that Gary talked a little bit about as well for the golfers, as well as non-golfers.
Thank you.
Yeah. The next slide here. Let's see. I have lost control of my slides here, so I'm hoping to get.
Okay, if, there we go.
There it is. All right. So we looked at a bunch of these, and this went through this last time, which looked at return on investment financially, a bunch of the different amenity pieces. A lot of these are relatively quick paybacks, but they don't have to be part of your major investment because you can do these at any point in the thing, like the Himalayan putting green course. That's a different course than what you currently have. You've got an investment in the current one, and I don't think is a real push to do the Himalayan. If you do, it'll pay itself back relatively quickly, but there's no real need for it. Covered range, and you start talking about ball tracing and all those additional technology pieces. That's gonna take additional investment, but there's actually really quick payback with those, and actually the vendors will actually finance those particular improvements if you want those. They don't have to be part of a bond offering. They can be a separate decision. Same with indoor hidden bays. We looked at stuff that enhanced the golf experience, but also the community experience. The one that we had that we thought was probably a poor return for the community would be lighting in the driving range. Ball tracing would like that. Lighting in the driving range, the community may not like that because of light pollution, but the remainder of it we thought actually would have some real community benefit, quite a few of these amenity features. The next slide. One of the specific questions we were asked is to take a look at the marginal impact of the third nine. And our finding of this is the third nine is not something we'd actually recommend you would do from a return on investment standpoint.
Could you repeat that?
We would not recommend the third nine from a return on investment standpoint. I think when this was first envisioned, the idea that there would be a lot of economies of scale because of existing equipment and crews to maintain that third nine, to develop and maintain it relative to revenue, so it would be profitable. In reality, what we find is it's going to have less rounds than the other two nines, and the marginal cost of actually building and operating that nine is not significantly different than the remaining two nines you've got. So, on the margin, if you look at this as a standalone thing, it basically erodes your returns on the golf course, so we think it would diminish the financial performance of the golf course if you did third nine. There's definitely some benefits to it operationally, but the actual cost of personnel, additional equipment, and depreciation was significantly higher than we thought the increase in revenue would be associated with that third nine. And what we'll get to a lot when we start talking about in the next slide, which is how do you pay for this thing, we've got to find a way to enhance the cash flow of the thing, because our expectation is you've got a big capital investment, but you're going to be delivering a better mousetrap, right? You can have a better facility. You need to capitalize that and monetize that into higher revenues to basically justify revenue bonds to help fund this. You can get some level of grant funding, but we expect the primary funding source to be revenue bonds. But your bond counsel is going to require you to demonstrate a viable and believable plan as to how you're going to enhance revenues. There's a lot of ability to enhance revenues in this facility because you're going to have a much nicer facility. Your food and beverage should be significantly higher. You should be able to get better greens fees, better usage patterns because you're going to have, again, better facilities. But monetizing that and basically getting the additional revenue required to justify and support the revenue bond is going to be really important. So I think it's not just doing the facility, but finding ways to increase revenue so you can pay for the facility. The theory is that we got to develop a revenue stream that we can dedicate to the bonds. And the bond underwriters tend to like to see a significant coverage ratio of like 1.25 to 1.5 to 1. So if your debt coverage is going to be $300,000, they want to see $450,000 of net revenue to cover that anticipated bonds payment. And so a lot of it's going to be sort of proving out your forecasts and things. It's going to depend on a lot of things. It's going to depend on your deal you finally cut for the food and beverage. There's a lot of ways, I think, on the greens fees you can basically enhance revenues and push on the margins. But that's going to be it's going to be an iterative process because you're going to have to find a way to make sure you've got adequate revenue to support the bond offering so you can afford the facilities. And so there's a bit of value engineering with that. That's one of the reasons I looked at some of those amenities and said you could probably put those off a little bit. Look at what you can phase. Because we're really concerned about making sure you maximize your revenue so you can support your bonds. That's why we would really recommend against the third 9, because that's working against you at this point. We expect it'll be working against you. And so putting this whole package together is just sort of come together with a forecast of revenue generation that you can sell to the bond council and get the bonds approved and actually retire the bonds. It's not just getting the bonds approved. If you actually can't service the bonds, that's a problem unto itself. So there's a lot there, and I'm sorry about throwing it out so quickly, but you know, a lot of the stuff we're looking at is trying to basically find ways to enhance your revenues on the margin so you can support the bond offering to make the investment. And right now, I believe, depending on the package of things you're looking at somewhere like an $8 to a $10 million bond offering, which is a fairly significant bond offering.
You have that amortized out?
We just got the cost the other day. We didn't amortize it, but I believe, I should have amortized it. It's going to come down to, you're going to probably need about, $500,000 to $700,000 to amortize it. That won't be to amortize it completely. That's to get your debt coverage covered as well. Give yourself an adequate cushion. We will amortize it out though, so I can give you the numbers now. We've got costs and what we're going to need in revenues to basically meet the bond requirements.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I can, I don't know if we
Microphone.
asked or required,
Brian, can we get you on a mic? He's not going to be able to hear you online.
I could hear some.
I was just curious, and we might not have tasked you with this, with the study that you did, but has any thought gone into the long-term cost and, increase in staffing, maintenance costs, landscaping, and all that, and then security for this big, beautiful building after hours?
We haven't gone into the security piece. We have gone into the landscaping and cost. And they got good detail on the third 9, which is actually what convinced us that we couldn't make it work. Because I think the going assumption is we have a lot of economies of scale and we'd be able to use equipment, but the depreciation of equipment is significant and the staff time, there's not a lot of savings there.
Is that the end of the slides?
I got I got a quick question. So, this is not a financial part of the question, but when we were talking about parking, we would still have parking on the other side of the street, is that correct? And will we have new parking on this side of the street as well?
Yes.
Okay, and a total of 60 spots, or?
Yeah, there's
130
Okay. Okay, that answers my
I
question.
think it's about 60 new plus what's existing.
Got it.
So you folks feel comfortable with, depending on how we put this together, that this is going to be practical and it's gonna work? Because I noticed that there's like a golf course in Dallas that's going under. I'm not sure why. There's a lot of reasons things go under, but, you know, this is a taxpayer-funded, ran situation. And so those numbers to Clay, especially, that he is really familiar and understands the upsides, and we also have the downsides, so we can let the public know where we're at on everything.
I'm glad you're focusing on the downside, because there is always a downside.
Well, I don't mean to be negative, but it's like any business, you wanna know.
Yeah, and your bond underwriter's gonna know too. They're gonna model the downside as well. So, you're gonna have to come up with a fairly plausible scenario, and defensible scenario where you see this gonna happen. One of the things that's been recommended is you guys bring in, you know, some outside operator from the food and beverage and maybe some of the golf operations and pro shop. Those are the kind of guys who can give you numbers that will be more reliable, that the bond council can rely on. You know, you're probably gonna have to go to your existing golf community and let them know the greens fees are going up and their membership costs are going up too. They're gonna have a nicer facility, but it may cost them.
So we're gonna have to contract out to get more of that information, is that what I'm hearing here?
Well, I think in the negotiation, when you guys start talking about an operator, they'll start working your numbers on what they would agree to. And there's different ways these are structured. There are groups that'll come in and run your entire golf course as an outside and basically pay you a lease payment for your clubhouse. You're probably not gonna get one of those anyways. And then there's one that'll basically come in as like a professional manager. They'll be, you know, they'll have a good salary, they'll work for you, but they're basically professional managers. They'll be maximizing your revenue. And you typically work out a compensation agreement where they have performance targets and their interests align with you to make sure that they're basically maximizing return on the food and beverage and the pro shop and the golf rounds and everything else. To basically make sure you're getting as much revenue out of this thing as possible.
What was the amount of our payments that just kind of, we just completed on the original golf course?
It just rolled off.
Is it somewhere in the 600,000 yearly?
Do you remember, Casey?
There's a couple different
You
ones.
had two bonds that you retired like last
He's
year.
got that information. I think it was about 200 and, just a little over 2 for each one, so 400.
About 400,000 yearly. And you're saying amortization, you're estimating this is probably closer to 7?
7.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got a question. Maybe Kellen would be best to answer this. During the playable times of the year, is the course at 90+% capacity? Would you say, like on a daily average of, rounds?
Yes, in our busiest month, summer months, we're over 90% utilization. Nice. And then winter months looks more like, well, obviously really low and there's no bad weather, but roughly 50 to 55%.
Yeah. And then would you, our greens fees currently, would you say they're compared to courses in the area on the average, low, high range?
Yeah, public golf courses, they're definitely on the low end.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have, at least I have friends who come in from out of town and say it's one of the best courses, bang for your buck. So good job on that front.
And
It's actually something you don't want to be sometimes.
Now, with respect to, and you're going to have to probably opine a little bit on this, if we had an improved clubhouse with the meeting area, event space, do you feel like we would have the ability to get different tournaments or higher level tournaments, or charge significantly more than we currently are to kind of justify the upgrade in the space? Is that something that, you know, those financial drivers, what they're really looking for is, you know, that type of facility?
Yeah, I have talked to some people, tournament coordinators, that said they would be at Chehalem Glen if we did have a better experience restaurant-wise and event space.
Now, and then the next question is, how booked are we in terms of tournaments throughout the summer? Like, what is our capacity to add to that, to bring in additional revenue?
We could certainly add tournaments. It's always a game of trying to be able to have the course open for public as well as have some tournaments, so you don't just want to fill every Saturday and Sunday all summer long with tournaments. And not allow public to get out there and play. So it's trying to balance them, have some weekday tournaments. We have weekend tournaments that we've had since the course opened. So, you know, those tournaments stay, but adding tournaments in when we can with the schedule, we certainly can, yeah.
And do you think by improving our facility like this and having a true meeting space as opposed to being under a tent, we're going to have to charge more? Clearly. Do you think, is there a percentage of tournaments, especially the local charities, that just would drop out and say is too expensive? Or do you think they'd appreciate the amenities and they'd pay more because there'd be a better experience for the people playing in the tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, if we raised our rates 30% for tournaments, I could see some of the smaller ones having to drop out, yeah.
Right, okay.
So really, this is a business, and I'm looking at this and going, if golf's at 90% already during the summer months, you're gonna have to program the building outside of golf to bring those people in to eat at the facility, to spend their money at the facility and enjoy it. So that's gonna be kind of an uptick for your department from where we're at right now, big time. So he talked about bringing in a professional manager to do this. I mean, is that something that you've thought about? Because you, in theory, are the manager right now.
Correct. I don't have any food and beverage experience as far as being a general manager in a position where I'm overlooking a restaurant as a food and beverage manager. No. But the golf side, certainly.
And you'd feel comfortable continuing to run the pro shop, and it just, we'd have to take care of the restaurant section, and then probably special services, I'm assuming, would manage the event space when it's not being used for golf-related activities or something like that?
What my expectation would be is that we figure out the operations and how we want them, and that Kellen is still our primary point of contact for special services.
Mhm.
And he's acting in more of a general manager capacity, and so he's still, even if they're your tenant, your lessee, he's still the primary point of contact for how things are going out there for our kind of front of house, serving people, serving customers. So I think that would still be necessary. We could decide on strategy for bookings, if that's something we want our staff doing, or if we have one or more individuals who are basically brought on to kind of push events and do bookings and things like that, which is something we've thought about for other facilities too. I mean, that's a similar kind of a thing that we could think about for Bob and Crystal Riley Park, for example, and others that we think the demand is there to merit, that someone would want that, and that it's still a booking through us, but there is a percentage or a flat rate for bookings or those sorts of things where you can outsource that because your staff is already overseeing quite a bit of things, so we figure out what the balance is. And I don't think everything like that is known at this point.
Right.
But we have some ideas.
Looking at the pro shop situation, is that even, it's not making the kind of money it used to make because we've got all this online stuff where they can buy everything a lot cheaper. Are you running into that now? Are we going to run into that with this new pro shop and have to kind of rethink what we're doing there?
Well, the new pro shop will be obviously much more welcoming. And I think that can change people's perspective if they come in and we have some nice merchandise in there, but we're not going to carry a whole bunch of golf clubs in there and crazy amounts of inventory because of that and prices online. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know, is that space even, I mean, are you gonna make money up from that space, or are we looking at maybe doing something different?
Yeah, it's not an overly large pro shop, so.
And board, can I suggest we give Jerry a chance to answer that too from the
Sure.
market study? Jerry, would you mind responding to the retail? I mean, Kellen certainly has firsthand experience, but also I was curious what your market demand study's showing for the retail square footage that we've got programmed.
I mean, you're right with the pro shops. The pro shops struggle because of all the discount stuff online, everyone does online. And, you know, you get your tournaments and you get credit in the pro shop. That's always why I end up buying at the pro shop. Not that I ever win tournaments, but sometimes someone I know has money at the pro shop. I go through a lot of balls too. But, yeah, I mean, you want to keep it relatively limited. We do have some of the operators that will run the pro shop too if you want them to. But a lot of times they're branded then, you know, you get like a tailor-made that wants to run it or something, and then they put their stuff in there. I don't think it's a big money maker for you. It's expected that it's gonna be there. We didn't put a lot of square footage into it. It's just it's an amenity that people expect to have, but it's just not the money maker that it has historically been in the past.
And so the final piece is, if we're having the restaurant, it would be some sort of a lease or operations agreement. We would have to build this in a way where it's attractive enough where we're getting some sort of fair revenue for that to make this pencil out. What is your experience in your studies with pro shop restaurants, penciling out and making enough money to kind of justify it?
It tends to be a simple menu. I mean, the thing is, it's nice if you can do something broader. There's things that have done better. You know, if you get like a Vonnie Ebert at Gladbeer, right, where you've got the brew pub, where they make money on the beer, and they have relatively simple menu items that you get good profit. But really, the money is sort of on the food and beverage, but it's the beverage. The food's your loss leader. And you want to have the food be good enough that people want to come and dwell, but you know, it's 19th hole is more about the beer and less about the steak dinner necessarily. But you know, it depends on the operator you get and how they do it. But most of these sort of run sort of a typical bar and grill that has relatively low waste product. You don't have a lot of loss from stuff that's going bad. But when you see that sort of, you know, a menu with burgers and maybe some steaks or, you know, light food and stuff, but it's stuff that's to be frozen and stored and not a lot of fresh. It's bread and butter stuff, not fine dining necessarily. You may get a restaurant that wants to do fine dining, but that's a high risk proposition. You're trying to bring fresh seafood in every day. That's a tough one.
I had a question, thinking a little outside the box from staff. How revenue generating generally are sports field rentals? Historically, Julie might.
They are profitable. I would say, just in listening to the presentation and talking about the meeting space, we do lack facility rental space. We really, I was talking to Becky Dre at the registration desk last week about that. You know, we're really using the senior center a lot, and we haven't done that in the past. Having the community center, you know, that's been closed down because it's attached to Bonnie Benedict, and so that's not a rentable space anymore.
Right.
And so we're very limited.
Yeah. The reason I ask is because if theoretically the third 9 property is not feasible for golf, I'd be curious how feasible it might be for potential kids' sports fields. And if there are some there, how it might attract more users to a clubhouse. I mean, kids could potentially play soccer, walk across the walking path and go have a burger or whatever. It's just kind of a spitball idea.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So do we have other questions? So kind of what's next steps here? I mean, what other Are we gonna get a recommendation from the superintendent? Are we going to?
This
we're gonna
is,
see
this
more
is not the
numbers?
final deliverable.
Okay.
So that's the first thing. So we're not done. It's still working. Gary, would you like to come up and talk perhaps about what some of the upcoming deliverables and next step are for this group to expect from the consultant team?
And, you know, before that, I appreciate online, you know, what he talked to us about, so I just want you to know that.
Yeah,
that
thanks, Jerry.
I think the board
Yep.
appreciates that.
Cool. Thank you, Jerry. And one of the deliverables is the report that is mostly Jerry's deliverable associated with the economic study. So you have not seen that yet, and so this was your preview.
Thank you.
Yes, the two deliverables that are being finished up is Jerry's report, which there is a draft of right now, and which will go into detail on performance. There's several spreadsheets that go through the ROI and how we figured all that out, and all the different pieces of operationally, what the values are for all those, what the expected returns are. So that's all covered in his report. The second piece is the cost estimate from Walsh Construction on this current scheme. So those are the two deliverables that remain.
And what's the time frame for that?
We're just washing through the numbers from Walsh, so those are pretty much ready to go, and I would ask Jerry, I think he's pretty close on his draft.
Yeah, we need to size the bond offering and figure out what the nut is we've got to carry and then figure out a way to meet that.
Do you think a week is reasonable, Jerry?
Maybe 2 weeks, but a week and a half.
And so what would the board like when we get those final deliverables? Because we can receive them, we could publish them along with on the project webpage so that the public has an opportunity to receive them as well as the board. And then we can bring those, and you've received a presentation that'll cover most of those, but we could ask the consultant team perhaps, I'm looking at Gary to make sure I don't speak out of turn, to be present to answer questions related to the report once the board or whomever has an opportunity to see those. The other thing I would say is that you do have a golf clubhouse CAC, and I would say they are probably very anxious to look at those deliverables. And so they would probably love the opportunity to also have the opportunity to advise the board on what they think about. And, you know, for the consultant team as well as staff, it'd be good to know, once the board has an opportunity to do initial review, what concerns do you have? What questions seem to be unanswered? What things do you want to unpack a little bit? Those are things that you can. And also, if the board has things that you'd like the CAC to look at and say, what do you think about this? Does this fulfill what the expectation was? How close is this to meeting expectations, exceeding expectations, or anything? Does this meet the sniff test based on expectations, or even being able to meet revenue expectations and those sorts of things? So, knowing how you all would like us to handle that and move forward through these next steps would be good.
Will the report be ready before the Clubhouse Advisory Committee convenes? Are we expecting?
You guys set the meeting date for the 30th?
That's a special.
Oh, that's a special.
Is that one to talk about what we're talking about now? Okay.
Would you want to wait till the report's ready?
That's more about
That one's more about, well, the CAC meeting on the 30th is also to talk about budget requests?
Yeah, that's.
Okay, so it's not quite this project per se, it has some nexus with it, but it's not necessarily the project.
The budget about this, yes.
But it's not necessarily about the deliverables.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
They also have a meeting May 14th.
And May 14th.
So they would have it by
May
May
have it,
14th,
yeah.
most likely.
They'll have
So they
received
can
but not-
review it. and-
Hopefully, but they'll probably have had it only a short time.
Yeah.
But we could still get initial review, and we could keep the board posted on
Okay.
those sorts of things. But if we know that you want the CAC to review it before we agendize it, that you want to come back with a CAC recommendation perhaps? Or a CAC at least comments
Yeah.
before we make
We
that.
definitely want their comments.
Okay.
And or the recommendation, but I also think that we need to make sure that we open it up to the public in general.
Mhm.
And
Well, their
figure out
meetings
how
are
we.
public. Yeah.
But I know, but to tell them these deliverables are here, this is what we're looking at, and letting our district patrons know this, and have a meeting and showing them that. And then we can get feedback from them too, and then we can move forward.
So we're not scheduled to host any additional public outreach through the consultant team, but staff could host an information session or those things. Would the board like us to do something along those lines?
Just kind of like we did with Riley Park and all the others, where we had that information, so I think that's important.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, it's doable. With that, I wouldn't expect it to come back to the board most likely in May. It would probably come earliest opportunity
I
following
don't
that.
wanna, I know everybody's anxious, but I wanna make sure that we get everything right.
Yep.
By the time, if we're gonna go for a bond, so if it takes a little more time, we'll still be here alive, I think, and so let's make sure that we do it right. And I know you will.
I would say that gives the CAC a little more time to dig into it and figure out what their kind of collective recommendation or thoughts are, if we're gonna do an information session with the public. So that would probably not hurt the CAC too much to have that opportunity. Okay.
Need a board motion to give them official direction, or is that pretty clear?
I think we heard it.
Yeah, we heard it.
Although it would be good to know, since we do have our consultant teams here, is there anything in particular, based on what you've heard, that you're really hoping to see in any of those deliverables or that you didn't hear that
I would have
makes
liked
your
to
spidey
see
senses tingle?
programming on how we're gonna reach those revenue goals, as far as programming is concerned.
That's staff.
Yeah, so I need to, whoever's gonna provide those, we need to see them. And, now that the next 9 is in flux, we need to talk about that too, so.
I'd like to take a field trip on the third 9 if it's possible. Area.
It's over there.
Well, I mean,
We
you
can-
know,
If you'll,
get a better lay of the
actually,
land.
for any board member that would like to, that hasn't been out to the side of the third 9, hasn't had a close look on the third 9, as well as the site that we're talking about, myself or Casey can take people out, or Kellen, frankly. So, but start with me, and we'll figure out who's got time and ability and can talk about it the best. Probably not me, but I might tag along.
Am I understanding this correctly, that pretty much we're looking right now financially at that cart barn and the clubhouse, those 2 things, and expanding parking lot areas?
Yeah.
And the other ones, as we get the money, we could do that, or maybe there'll be a donation.
Maybe.
And it wouldn't hurt for us to have a specific campaign through the foundation that attempts to say, there's this big important thing, and it's more than we feel like we can really do all of it, or we can make it go further if we get community support. But we can talk about that. Capital fundraising with the community is a normal thing, particularly for invested parties. I would also say that we haven't done that in the past, so doing something like that feels concrete for a group of the community that seems to be, from my experience, even just the recruitment process, we did that open house, I had multiple people, even before I got this position, in my face about the clubhouse, and I had no idea that was a thing. They were telling me very first thing, and it wasn't just Bob, it was more people than Bob. But there is a base that is hungry for this, and they might be willing to show up for it.
There's possible naming rights situation too.
Sponsorships are
And
normal.
that's what happened at the cultural center, the folks said, hey, if you name, I'll give you this, if I get my name on it, and that's another possibility, so.
What about grants?
There's as Jerry kind of pointed out, there's very limited grants out there for golf courses. There are some that we pursue most grants that we find.
May I interject here?
You can, we want to turn it over, just a
He's
public
got his
comment.
report.
Public comment, but you're gonna have to do it on mic.
Am I?
We'll just have you do it over there. If that's okay.
Just a question.
And Bob, we appreciate you coming too, by the way.
Yeah, my pleasure, believe me, I wouldn't miss it. I told you that before. Bob Travers, over at the Greens, where I live anyway, and I'm part of the Clubhouse CAC Advisory Committee. Anyway, the thing that I was going to ask is what about the funding of it? I saw a budget, and it's the clubhouse and Third 9 was removed from that budget. list of things. We were hoping that you can reevaluate that and determine if we can put the clubhouse at least back onto the list of the various projects that are going to be in the future soon. It's just a question or a thought.
Clay, do you want to?
Yeah, I'm gonna let
Sure.
Clay answer that.
And I've spoken with Bob about this, as well as a few other folks that are interested in it. And so their hope is to, and my understanding is the special meeting of the CAC that's scheduled for April 30th is they're gonna go over what do they want as a group, and they're trying to do that before the budget hearing that's scheduled for May 7th. But right now, from staff's perspective, we could add the third nine and/or the clubhouse back into the capital outlay portion of the budget with no major impact to the fiscal year if they're added to the capital outlay section in years 2, 3, 4, or 5. Because that's not what we get into the balancing of the upcoming fiscal year. However, I will give you the rationale that staff had for not having that on there, which is everything else has a known funding source. And the funding source, because we're still in the study, is unknown at this time. Although, I want to be fair to the people that asked us about this, Bob included, since he's here looking at me. And that is that it's been there for years. It's a way to keep it on the radar. It's important to them and it's a priority, and I get that. But to me, we've also had it on there for we don't know how many years, more than 5 years, and it's always been at year 3 or 4 or 5, or it's just been floating out there. And hasn't advanced to the fiscal year to actually get funded and to happen. And there's lots of reasons why. But my goal when we created the budget this year was to make sure that it was accurate and honest. And it didn't feel accurate. I mean, honest or dishonest, I don't think it makes it accurate. But it didn't feel accurate to add it there because the funding source is unknown.
We can always, we don't know how much this is costing yet. And so we can always do a supplemental budget later on in the budget process. It doesn't necessarily have to be in this budget. Let's say all of a sudden the money comes together and everything's working and it's December. Just fill it out. You can always bring the budget committee back or in-house and do a supplemental budget to cover that cost. So that's always a possibility. But I would like to know, like everyone else I think in this room, is what's a number we're looking at, and what's the payback, and so on and so forth. How many years? All that information has to be known. So once that's known, I think it's going to help him to be able to put it in the budget, and just not be a placeholder and nothing happens.
Go ahead.
There were a number of other projects removed as well because there was some unknowns to them, if I remember correctly.
I believe so, but yeah, we tried, that was the thing, is we're trying to be accurate about it with those 5-year projections. And so, for example, that pipelining of our playgrounds and how we play with those, we're trying to be as realistic as possible. And it starts with the first year in that 5-year capital outlay of figuring out how much is there. And I will put in there, and you will probably continue to hear me say this, not just this budget cycle, but future ones. We have a lot of ambition in the capital section of what we do in our budget for new development. And I worry that we're putting a lot of emphasis into new development, and that is okay if that's what the board wants. But we need to not do it to the exclusion of some of those facilities that we have. And we're trying to rustle up funding and find some other things to do those. But when we spend a lot on new development, there is, especially when you look at the capital outlay section of the budget, yes, some of it comes out of SDC, but right now a lot of it's coming out of general fund too. And so that's hard. And that's really hard on our existing parks and our existing facilities. And even in the departmental budgets, if we start cannibalizing those operating budgets. If you look at the budget right now this year, it's pretty flat. And we're not going to be able to keep it that flat every single year. And it was asking a lot of the departments to acquiesce to that. And I don't know that that's even the right way to frame it, because they probably would have liked to push back a little more in some areas. But yeah, we, again, tried to be accurate with that. Other things came off too, and
Things got pushed out.
several things got pushed out. But that was the rationale for the which I would say in part to Bob, is that the third nine in Clubhouse did not come off as it's no longer important to us, but as a recognition that we're we don't have the estimate from the study yet, and that we don't know the board's appetite for some of the funding mechanisms that would be required to do this. The most likely one, based on what we've heard from talking to the consultant team and discussions before, is probably a revenue bond. But we did ask the consultant team specifically to add that to the report that's going to be coming out, discuss what those revenue levers or what those funding mechanisms are and what we should think about, or at least know that they're maybe not going to be as viable as others.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
While we've got Gary, and I presume Jerry's still listening, is there anything you want to know from the board members while we have them for your final deliverables that would be helpful? Or do you think you've got most of what you need from what we've talked about?
I think most of what you talked about, especially looking at, particularly what is the return on investment period, what is the payback period, that kind of stuff is in the report.
Okay. If you have more to say, you're going to get scolded by our IT guy. You're not being on mic. Sorry.
So the biggest part, I think, what you were asking for is what is the payback period? That's all laid out in Jerry's latest report, and also the piece on the options for funding.
Cool. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Got one more.
Again, I would just like to add, I think because we've all been here before, we develop these new projects and we do new things, and Clay alluded to it with the budget and operating costs of where we're at right now. And the big consensus is, hey, we don't want to increase fees, we don't want to increase SDCs, we don't want to increase whatever. How do we make this work long-term? And that isn't always part of the study. We might get the bond, we might get the amortization right, and we can build it. But us in this room have to be able to maintain it years to come. And how do we do that with our staffing when we keep tightening down? So I don't mean that in a negative way, but I think it's something we really should focus on anything we develop in the district, or try to maintain what we have, wonderful stuff now. But
That's a good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. I agree.
I appreciate the consulting team coming, online and in person, and we're excited to see this come to fruition at the end and see what we gotta do. So, unless there's something else from the board or from staff?
I just want to thank Gary and Jerry for being at this meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Okay, next on the agenda, we have discussion of and possible actions related to the Chehalem Heritage Trails Citizens Advisory Committee. Clay?
So we wanted to bring this up, and I want to put out there that it was brought to my attention that I may have erroneously encouraged us to bring it to this meeting when we were thinking it was coming in May. So if that is confusing to the three remaining CAC members and their liaison, I apologize for that. So we can always defer any decisions until a later date if needed. That's perfectly acceptable. But what we heard from the three remaining individuals was that two of them had told us that they would be willing to continue serving if there was clear direction given from the board on what we would like them to work on. And then from the other one, I believe, and Kat can correct me if I'm wrong on this, that individual recommended dissolution, but some of that was in recognition that there's not any clear direction on what is wanted from them. So it wasn't that different. It was just the other side of the coin. But I laid out just a brief action. I don't think there's anything that's too big to unpack here, but it would be recommended that the board talk amongst yourselves about the purpose of this CAC, what you want it doing for you. If of the CACs that we had coming into this year, it was the one with the broadest mandate, trails. But in what way can they be useful to the board was somewhat undefined. And so I did kind of the option exercise again, that is options A, B, C, and D, and try to give you what we reasonably expect would happen if we do that. And if the board takes no action, we would see further attrition to that would be expected. If we don't know when, they didn't verify that would definitely happen, but That's just generally what would happen based on the low numbers that we've got now, and that they've wanted direction for some months. Option B would be to recruit without any additional direction for the vacant positions. But we think that would get back into the cycle again. Even if we filled it temporarily, we think that frustration would continue and have negative outcomes. Option C would be giving them something specific to work on, giving them specific homework, and recognizing that they are an ad hoc committee. You can let them finish their term, but you could also stand them down once they've completed it, just like we did with the pickleball committee. They recommended their own dissolution because they felt like it was mission accomplished. And then option D, you could choose to say thank you very much for your service and dissolve the CAC.
You know, I'd like to hear from Brandon first, because he was our representative from the board on that. So you'd probably be the first one to, and then the rest of the board, we can talk about it.
Sure. The last time they all met as a group of 7, there was a couple of ideas brought up that they were considering bringing to the board, some of which I found interesting. At this point, in my discussions with them, it sounds like C/D is definitely the best option. We don't want to just say, put it off. I feel like it might be nice to give them the opportunity to end their term and say, with the 3 of you, we'll reduce the quorum to the standing members. See if you can come up with a solution for this option here, the user group conflict mitigation strategies / kind of focus group ideas. How can the trail system be represented by user groups in the future if there's no specific standing committee? So that kind of hybrid C/D option. That way user groups from all different advocacies can kind of come together and talk with the staff when the staff is ready to accept that. So I guess to simplify that, I would say to them, are you willing to meet until the end of your term in September and come up with some ideas on how this can transition from a committee to more of a open focus group, inviting more people into the public?
I would recommend, chair
You got
just.
the special chair.
I would recommend option E, which is their terms end in September. They're not very excited about continuing in a current state anyhow, with 2 willing to return maybe, and then 1 who said he's mostly not interested. So I'd say just let them move to expiring the term in September, and then we can address it after that if we want to re-engage, reform a new committee entirely. I think anything that we do in the next few months in the interim will be confusing and probably a waste of time.
I don't disagree with Matt, but, you know, Matt kind of drew up the outline for the committee structure, which I appreciate you doing that. But the problem that I've had with the committees, not, you know, with committees in general is that the scope is so broad. Pickleball is pickleball and that's it. But with trails are everywhere, whether it's going up Shalem Creek, whether it's in Riley Park, whether it's the bypass trail, there's so many different ones. The other thing that was frustrating for me is, you know, we'd be assigned to committees, we'd come to the committee meeting, there wouldn't be a quorum at that meeting, then the staff came to that meeting, so we're paying staff time for that meeting, so it wasn't always that functional for some of our committees, and that was really frustrating for me, and embarrassing at times too, to say, well, I don't know. But then our staff is so busy out in the field, doing what they do and already working 8 to 12 to 16 hours, not the 16, right? That it was hard for them to get here and give direction. The way, and I don't want to go back to what I did back in the day, but what I really like is where Brian or Julie or other supervisory staff have a project. They bring together people to do that project, that trail, cleaning a court, whatever they're gonna do, doing plantings like you're doing up here on the mountain here at Shad Park. You get it, you get the folks, you get it done, put the word out, we move ahead. And that's kind of how I feel about it. I think that we should let them go till September. We can talk about it again then, but I'm not a fan of committees because sometimes they just spin and people get frustrated. And that's my view.
I say D. We've lost the majority of the people. We have no direction, and there's no point in spinning our wheels. So I say get rid of it, and let's wait until we have some kind of idea what we're going to do here, because otherwise we're going to have people showing up and not have a clue what we're doing or where we're going, why we're even here.
Yeah, I agree. I think D is the best option, unless we can, like we all said, give a specific direction, and I don't think we're at a point where we can do that. A specific direction or goal or measurable goal. So yeah, my vote is D for now as well, which is to dissolve the committee. But definitely acknowledge their hard work because they have put a lot of time and energy into that committee. So.
Yeah, absolutely. But, real quick, how did the staff feel about it? The staff that had to come to those meetings, we have 2 staff members there that were involved. You'd have to go to the microphone.
I think there's a lot of value in them, but I also think that more gets done with focus groups because there are less, I just think people are more apt to, feel more comfortable and about talking, whatever it is that the pickleball advisory group, golf advisory group. I think there are a lot of public meeting laws that we really need to follow, and it does take up a lot of time. And like I said, I just think there's just times when not a lot gets done. We could do more if we had a very informal group. And I always encourage all those advisory groups, just call, text, let's get together. And it just seems like that works in a better way. It's more efficient, and we just get more done.
Anyone else?
I wanted to point out that from mine, and then I'll hand it over to Brian, is that it is a hard and awkward thing at times to figure out how do these volunteers help the board in these big decision-making processes. And so finding the right assignment is a challenge. What's not too technical but needs either a lay perspective or a user perspective, but those volunteers are almost always valuable as long as staff has got the time to work with them. And so those working groups, focus groups, volunteer groups, whatever name we put on those informal groups, just like Julie said, can be very efficient and can be very informative. But you don't have to convene committees to do that. You don't have to do public meeting laws. We just have to have volunteers that are willing to help us. And for staff, we have to make space for that, which is a thing. But that would be my opinion, is that kind of finding the right tool for the right job, depending on what we're trying to do. Brian, do you have anything?
I agree. I lean towards what Jim alluded to with working with volunteers and the focus groups. That opportunity has been here, and it's very positive relationships that we could have with staff, engaging with the public there. And our door's always open, but there's no lack of in parks and trails and planting opportunities and whatnot, community engagement. And those have always existed, and they're growing all the time, no pun intended, with the parks. So I think without having the constraints of the public meeting laws, and we've discussed this before, it frees you. And it doesn't hinder people that want to have an interest or that have an interest in a particular topic in the district, be it pickleball, golf, or trails. So I really would encourage us to lean more towards that. And like I said, we are always receptive to ideas, and there's groups out there that have established themselves that, especially with trails, and all throughout the county, not just in Newburgh, and a lot of that includes our district properties, that are always willing to engage, and different partners too, like Yamhill Soil and Water Conservation District is wonderful, and the other trails people throughout the community are wonderful. So I would just encourage us it can be very burdensome and very taxing on staff, not that we're receptive to that. And then if there is a particular goal or need that the board addresses that they want us to address, a particular sign package or doing whatever, or bringing together another phase in a master plan or something like that, that entails one of these, where volunteers would absolutely help us, we can do that too. But, that's all I got.
Thanks. So, it looks like D is where we're going.
Just a quick
Brandon, how you
question.
feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I want to give who's left a chance to provide some input. And I also definitely deeply respect the staff's time, and obviously that affects tax dollars and all that fun stuff. Does the staff kind of have a really firm understanding of how they want to do their own focus group stuff? Do you want recommendations from the current committee members who are remaining, or do you kind of think you already have a good handle on how you'd move forward with that on your own? Does that make sense?
I'm a yes on that.
Okay, so you got it
Last
down.
part of your comment, yeah.
All right.
And as I said before and emphasized, it could be the last 3 members or the past 25 members I've dealt with over the years. I'm always receptive to learning new things or opening my eyes to, man, that's a great idea. I never thought of that pertaining to a particular topic or subject. That's never stopped. If anything, that's grown based on having the experience to deal with the different people I have over the years that are in the district that see things, or the Bobs that are out there 7 days a week on a particular trail or whatever. He doesn't hesitate to call me or let me know that, hey, you guys are doing great here, or there's an opportunity here or whatever. That should never stop, and I don't think it ever will. That can only grow. So that's how I go.
Thank you.
So, I do want to express my appreciation.
Julie had a comment.
Oh, Julie, sorry.
I was just gonna say that I think that we are very responsive. It makes us more responsive when we have those groups, and I think they're easier to put together quickly than waiting for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, whatever, to have the next meeting. I think a lot gets lost, and that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
Okay, so Clay, you kind of clear on where we're at?
No,
D.
I'm not. So if you want to pursue D, we would want a motion. If you want to table it so that you can talk to the people, then we would need a motion.
I'll make a motion. Let's do D.
Motion to dissolve the group.
Yep.
Do we have second?
So the motion is to dissolve the group. I second.
That's what I heard.
I'll second that.
I'd like to amend the motion. I think talking to people that are already there is a good thing, just giving them that out. It's not gonna be that much more time for us. I mean, so that's kind of where I'm looking at. I don't know how everybody else feels, but.
What do you mean?
Amend it how?
Well, what he was
What
talking,
would that look like exactly?
what was Brandon was alluding to is letting the members know and talk to them and get their input and then come back.
I mean, they already gave their clear input. So if we're not going to give them a project tonight, then I would recommend dissolving.
Okay, and then I'll go with the original motion. And it's been seconded. So the original motion was again,
D. We're going to dissolve the group.
A by Jason, and second,
Second.
all right. Can we have a voice vote on this then?
Jason Fields moved to dissolve the Chehalem Heritage Trail Citizens Advisory Committee, seconded by Nick Conan. Director Fields,
Aye.
Director Conan,
Aye.
Chairman McMaster,
Aye.
Director Slider,
Yes.
Director Smith.
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, we're up for board comments. Let's go left to right.
Yeah, I just gotta say, I've been, with the good springtime weather, been out and about, and I think the parks look really great, and appreciate all the hard work staff has done. Yeah, I got called into work Saturday of the Camellia Fest, so I wasn't able to make it, but I heard great reports from friends who were there, so thanks for all the hard work, and that's all I got for now.
In the interest of time, I have nothing.
Okay.
I just wanted to touch base on a little bit of misinformation that has been floating around in the public regarding park development on landfills specifically. There's a concept that they're dangerous or rare or rarely done, and none of those are true. First example, and the most obvious, is Ewing Young, a roughly 100-acre park on water. It's a creek, large creek, but it's probably the most used or potentially second most used park in our entire district. So very popular. I don't think if I made a motion to close Ewing Young Park, people would be cheering. I think that would be pretty upsetting for people. And it's on a landfill. Other parks on landfills, Coley Park, 25-acre park, major success story on 72nd Avenue in Portland, probably one that you're aware of, Jim. It opened in 2018. That landfill didn't close until the early 90s. So looking at something like a 30-year closure for that park, or for the landfill to be converted into a park. Other one in Portland, roughly 100 acres on the Willamette River. That sounds familiar to anyone? It was a sanitation landfill. I'm not sure the date it was closed, but everything I've found said something in the late 60s. And it was developed a few years back. It's a wildlife refuge now, as well as wetlands, habitat, walking trails, community spaces, and so forth. So those are just a couple examples that are very close by. And interestingly enough, NV5, one of the engineers we use quite a bit, they developed Coley Park and worked, of course, with DEQ and all of them. So I just wanted to clear that up. Parks on closed landfills are very normal. The landfill on the riverfront was closed, I believe, 43 years ago. So, which is getting close to that 50-year mark, which is where you see reductions in requirements from DEQ, more ability to develop, and so on and so forth. So just wanted to clear that up for everybody.
Just thanks for the Camellia Fest. I think it was one of the best Camellia Fests we've had in a while. And then hopefully next year's will continue to grow.
So real quick on the, I went out and helped a little bit on the Camellia Festival, but I really didn't have to because there were so many park staff and volunteers that you folks got out there. And what really amazed me and is dedicated about our staff, some of our staff, is that several of them weren't even getting paid. They just wanted to help out and do that. And that says a lot for this district and for our staff. So I appreciate all those folks that could make that. That was awesome. A great event. I'd also like to thank Clay for putting out the bids on the audit and insurance services. I know in the past, we've had some of these folks, auditors in particular, for, I don't think the district's 100 years yet, but it's close with how long these auditors were here. But anyway, so I appreciate you doing that to try to give us more bang for the buck and looking for ways to save money, as well as completing the MOU for the city of Dundee. I'm sure you're going to talk about that, but doing that and getting that signed off and being able to cover some of those costs is great. I'm also looking right now at some of the grant opportunities that are out there with some other folks on trails, specifically the bypass trail, and see what's out there. So I'm kind of working like that as a volunteer with some other folks to see what we can do to maybe bring some money to us. There may not be any left, but you know, you never try. To give you an example, we got $1 million for the senior center. We asked the federal government for that grant. They said there's no way you're going to get this. It just so happened that there was an intergenerational grant at that time, so they gave us the $1 million. So, you know, you don't, as long as you try, you may get. And then also, the last thing, I want to give a shout out to Sarah Larson at the senior center. I know Matt was there and Brandon was there, and I and Clay and Julie and some of our other staff. I think that Kat was there also. Is that they had about 50 people that are volunteers. Awesome event. Great to see all those volunteers there. I think everyone was really happy about that. And Boy, it's just great, the work that we're doing out there, and thanks everyone and I appreciate it. And that's all I got, and Clay, you are up next. Notice you had the whole business. Chehalem Heritage Citizen Advisory Committee Trails, I think we talked about that, I don't think we have a report. And then Golf Course Clubhouse Development Citizen Advisory Committee updates. Nothing to report? I think you got your report tonight, right? Yeah, you did. And and now we're at the superintendent, so Clay?
Okay. So, again, in the sake of keeping things pretty brief, I'm just going to mention a few things that aren't in there. In response to one of the public comments, thank you, Ms. Wallace, the caretaker and tenant agreements are something that were started and initiated earlier this year. They are not complete, and we should have finished them already. We've had competing priorities. We should have finished them. They got back burner based on things that felt time sensitive and important. That's not a great reason they should be done. If the board is interested, we'd be happy to bring forward as early as possible, essentially a presentation about what we do, how we do it, and that's been an informal program that's been there in place. We're trying to get some structure around that by having written agreements, but at the same time, it's the sort of thing that if we're going to continue it, I would be more comfortable with it if we recognize it through something like either a policy via resolution or something perhaps in the employee handbook for the portion of employee caretakers and how that works. So if that's something that's of interest, be happy to bring that, and I would just kind of look for kind of nods or whatever, if that seems like that would be the right direction.
I would appreciate
I think that we do, we talked about this, and I talked about it with the past superintendent, that we do need to have a policy set up by this district for that. I know things change and there's different reasons while different people are in different places, but we do need to have that because there's a lot to having folks in these places, whether they're employees or not.
Right.
So,
And
is the next meeting soon enough, or you need another month?
I think the next meeting should be fine. That's what I will plan on, and if for some reason we can't bring it forward, then I'll advise you, but I'll plan on having it be next meeting in May. And we have been in consultation with our attorney, so we think we've got a game plan and we've gone in the right direction. We have templates that just haven't been executed. So the other thing I wanted to do was take a moment and look at Julie and see if there's anything that she wanted to share about any particular
Are you talking
things.
about the grant?
Maybe.
Okay, so we applied for the Business Oregon Child Infrastructure Grant. And I can neither confirm nor deny the fact that we may have gotten it. We have not received the award letter as of yet, but we are on their website as being the recipient of $991,000. So we're excited about that. Clay and I attended a webinar or on Tuesday that went over, details and how they would like the contracts to be, how they would like us to send in receipts and just basically all the housekeeping and the record keeping that goes along with grants, which we're very familiar with. So that was a really good session. We really got a lot out of that. And I was talking to Clay about this earlier, but I wanted to, at the last board meeting, I mentioned Dave Brown. He was such a help getting the Rennie Field project started. And I wanted to thank Jason Fields, because without his help and his encouragement, I'm not sure we would have applied for it the second time. And so thank you for doing that. I know you had been in contact with Goya, and you'd sent us a lot of emails. And so I just wanted to shout you out and thank you for that, that encouragement to do that, because it paid off, so.
Thank you.
Is the expectation that the Bonnie Benedict School will reopen in the next year or 2 years, or is there a time frame or something that we've envisioned for that?
Not yet. I know we are going to be getting together to discuss that, because it's going to take special services, basic services, a program manager, essentially Clay, many of us to work together. There are a lot of things that need to be done. I would say, not within a year for sure, but we want to make sure that we're doing things the right way. And when we received the quotes for some of the items that need to be worked on at both the community center and Bonnie Benedict, prices have kind of gone up. So we might have to look at that again and ask for different quotes, and so we are prepared to do that and try our best to make sure we're doing the best for the district.
So do we have an idea, Julie, what we're gonna do? I mean, do we have any kind of idea? Are we gonna just build one big structure with a bunch of rooms in it? I mean, surely we wouldn't rebuild a small house.
Yeah, that house was built in 1907.
Mm-hmm.
And so there are a lot of things that need to be done with it. It is rather small.
Yeah.
And so that, if you're going to run a successful preschool, you really need more room. And a lot of the items there, or not a lot of items, but it's just very, very small. The rooms are small, the bathrooms, very small, and again, not safe.
And no
That's why-
parking?
No parking, and so the community center for sure. We think that we could do a lot of things for kids
Yeah.
in that facility, and so we'll take a good look at it, but
Seems to me like it'd be a good idea, just talking out loud, seems to me like it'd be a good idea to just simply tear down the house, leave one wall up close to the road, because you won't never get that back there if you take it down, and just simply build a really large building and have something on the inside of it.
yeah. Either that or there's that play area
Mhm.
between the two buildings. That would be a great outdoor play structure for the kids.
Sure.
So there are a lot of different things that we can do. I think we're excited to get started once we receive the award letter.
You're right.
But thank you, Jason.
Yeah, you betcha.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Julie.
Yeah.
So we're very excited about that. I wanted Julie, since she's gone through multiple rounds for that application, to be able to break it to the extent that we can. We are still waiting for that notice of intent to award. That's the letter that we're waiting for. We haven't gotten that yet, so we can't do any planning until they tell us, yes, you're in, and here's when you can start. So there will be more to come on that when we have more that we can share and be more concrete about. But it's been in social media and floating around other places, and people are like, why aren't you talking about this? And we would love to talk about it once we can be more firm about this. But we were invited to go to the webinar that's for the awardees. So we feel fairly confident that they're starting to include us in the things that we want to be included.
Well, and they reached out to me, and they reached out to Julie.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So those are good. And with that, since we've got other items coming, and I want to give other updates, and we have a foundation board meeting after this. Don't forget, you can't leave immediately. So with that, I'll hand it over to Casey.
I'm going to be brief. Some updates from what was in the board packet. Sanders, the splash pad is complete. They are almost, they're 95% complete on all the paths. Next week, they're working on Fifth Street. They're gonna tear out half the road, and repave it the following Monday, so that'll get finished. They finished the parking lot last week, so they have parking lots done, lights are in. PG's supposed to get in the middle of all the Fifth Street reconstruction, so it might be a little hairy over there for a bit. So that one's going good. Bypass trail, they got erosion control in. They're building the road down to get the crane down to the bridge access. So that's a good sign. They got another dry week coming up, so hang on. Hopefully they get some things done. Jakewith, I think pretty much all the fencing's up, or it was close to that the other day when I was there. And they're waiting for temperatures, and then they'll get that coating down. They've been kind of working their way out of the park. I did hear there was a water leak today, so I don't know if that's on them or something that we did. But I think everything looks pretty good down there. The water drains really well around the courts. There's not a lot of, there certainly was a lot of groundwater. They found that out. They had to replace a section of asphalt at their cost, so, I think all in all, it went pretty good for when they were doing it. Rennie Field, AKS submitted a reverse parking plan to the city that they asked for some review and didn't get a confirmation that the city got it. I made a phone call. I don't think I got a call back from Leanne today. Wonder if she might be off or something. Anyway, so we're waiting for the city to comment on that, and that would allow us to not provide so much property for parking down on Blaine Street. And it provides, it's angled parking, but you actually reverse into the parking so you can see with all the traffic and kids going back and forth, you can actually pull out forward instead of backwards, which makes a lot of sense to that type of facility. And I'm going to stop there. Oh, one last thing. We were denied our major modification, the condition of approval at Jakewith for the sound mitigation, and they had a lot of public comments. They had 12 written comments. They had numerous phone calls of people concerned. We did take measurements down there last summer when the pickleball was there, and they did bring up the fact that the nuisance ordinance in their review, and I think what it says is that, and I think I underlined it here, the main concern expressed by residents in written and verbal comments to staff were regarding the noise of pickleball play, combined with the close proximity the proposed courts to the surrounding residential neighborhood. That's the basis of their complaints. And they got pretty in-depth. Some of them did actual studies on it and dived a little deeper into AI, I'm pretty sure. So, and the city cited NMC, I don't know what that stand, Clay, you know all this.
Newburgh Municipal Code.
15.220.040 provides that conditions may be required in order to ensure improvements are compatible within their context as follows. Applications for site design review may be approved subject to such conditions as are necessary to fulfill the purpose and provisions of this code. And that was just to certain developments and improvements in order to promote functional, safe, innovative site development compatible with the natural and man-made environment. The following provisions are intended to discourage unsightly development, improve the quality of life and quality of new development in the city, coordinate the site planning process with existing and proposed development, and provide a pleasant working and living environment in the city. So I do not believe we should fight that. We're looking into maybe reducing the cost of our sound barriers. That's kind of the direction we're taking. I don't think we want to poke the bear, to say.
May I add to that?
You may add to that.
So when Casey and myself, and also our project manager for this, talked about this, there's a couple of things. Do we still think they were heavy-handed and overstepped on the condition that they put on us? Yes, we do. That didn't change. We have the ability to appeal. We're still within that window. Staff is not recommending we pursue that, in part because not only did we get written comments, we got more than we did with the site design review, where people expressed additional frustration. And some of those comments also shared with us that they were that they felt that CPRD had been historically unresponsive on other things. And so you've got residents that are not just concerned about this issue, but feel that they have not been treated just the right way in the past either. And some of those may not have been us issues. I mean, some of those that have been brought up in the past have been about stormwater on the park that is a city issue. But to them, it doesn't really matter. They don't feel like anyone's helping them. And so if this gives us an opportunity to work proactively to address some of those concerns, then maybe that's okay. And like Casey said, we are looking at some configurations that we think can focus on the noisiest parts of the courts as they're set up, and then save some cost in some of the areas that we think will be less noisy. So basically concentrating that sound mitigation paneling around the pickleball area, having less of it. We think we also have a configuration that we can make sure that the courts themselves don't become a nuisance, which was another part of our ask on that condition, was you don't want unhoused populations starting to overnight inside the courts because they're hard to see.
Yes.
You don't want a safe space for vandalism and people doing things, and it's a spectator sport. You want people to be able to watch and participate, cheer for their friends. If there's something I've heard from every single pickleball advocate, it's how many friends they have as a result of pickleball. And that's included in folks in my family who are definitely enthusiasts. But it's a highly social sport, is something I've heard very consistently. And one would hope tennis is just as social as well. That's part of why we set it up the way that we did, so we've got a spectrum of play over there across all those courts. So staff is not planning on pursuing an appeal at this time, but if the board's got strong opinions about that, we would hear it, but we're not recommending it. But
Thank you. I think I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
With that, we'll hand it over to the activity reports and just general reports from particularly the front row as well as the back row once we can get to them.
Really quickly, instead of talking about what each of our departments are doing, those activity reports are in the board report. I kind of wanted to talk about, and Jim talked about it a little bit, the volunteers and the organizations that are doing things for us, because it's tremendous. That list is long, and these are only a couple that I was thinking of that I wanted to write down. I wanted to mention the Pickleball Advisory Group, amazing. The Golf Course Advisory Group, great. The BMX, that was a very interesting presentation today. They did a great job. They really spend a lot of time down there. I've seen them down there. They've invested a lot of sweat equity, but also money down there to make that a great place. Let's see, TVFNR came out and helped us with the Easter egg hunt. The Dundee Fire Department helped us with the Dundee Easter egg hunt. Eric Ronning and Chief Kosmicki were tremendous help during the Camellia Run. We could not have done that without them. There's a gentleman named Eric at Public Works that dropped 80 barricades for us for that run on Friday prior to the race. That was great. That's a good partnership. We have 600 kids playing soccer right now. And so we have over 40 head coaches, and that doesn't include JV coaches, all the coaches that are helping with that. We have 115 track athletes. We have 12 coaches helping there. We have 100 kids playing lacrosse. We have at least 10 coaches for that group, so more volunteers. We partnered with George Fox University 2 weeks ago. We had some of our youth athletes, they filmed a commercial for the NFL flag football, and so they worked with George Fox on that. That's a great partnership between us. NAFA softball, they're going strong out there right now. They're a great partner. Newburgh baseball is a great partner. They used our fields for their practices and their games. Obviously the Newburgh School District for use of their facilities and for both youth and adult sports. At least 50 volunteers that we had for the Camellia Run, amazing. That's an early morning for some of them, so we really appreciate that. The Newburgh Youth Football Advisory Group, they are a great group, a large group, and have been for years. And then Jim had mentioned the senior appreciation luncheon that we had at the senior center that Sarah put on, which was great. With at the senior center, we have the Newburgh School District Catalyst Group, and they are working really diligently with the seniors. We also have the George Fox nursing students that are helping out there and running some classes. We had 840 volunteer hours at the senior center last month. We had 2,000 Meals on Wheels served. Thank you, Brandon.
I didn't do all those.
And, you know, markets, we rely on a lot of volunteers to set the market up, take it down. That's a big lift there. And then you guys. Like, you guys are all volunteers. And I just wanted to thank you. We couldn't do all of this without you. We really appreciate your expertise, your advice. I mentioned Jason, you know, with the grant, and so we really rely on you. I hope you guys rely on us, but I wanted to thank you because we couldn't do it without you.
Thanks, Julie.
Also, really quick, I wanted to share with you, I was telling Kat, we had a bat in the Jakeworth restroom on Tuesday night.
How'd that work out for you?
Well, it was during a soccer game, let's just say that, and it flew into the women's restroom. And so another volunteer, great, you know, high school volunteer actually, trapped the bat in the restroom and did a really great job of, I mean, you know, the ladies had to go around and use the boys' bathroom, and so he stood outside and waited, you know, so that went well. And something that I've never had happen before. Jim, have you ever had something like that?
Just in my house.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Not in public
I've had a
bathrooms.
bat in my house before.
Well, the volunteer, he handled himself very well, so I just wanted to mention that's unusual.
So I'll definitely be brief. Obviously, we're very busy in the district with what staff's doing. Some of the major things we're doing now, speaking of working with volunteer groups, it was mentioned briefly with Hannah tonight. Well, actually, I hope she's aware that we'll be planting 167 plus trees, not 100.
Nice.
But at the top of Shad. That's going to be super impactful up there, and really excited about that. That's on Friday, and then on Saturday, another community engagement thing we did, and this started back in, this is dated July 10th, 2025. Started working with Jan Burrows. She represents the Shampooey chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. And they asked permission to work with the Park District and place a monument, a new statue type thing. And it's really beautiful. And it's at Memorial Park, and it's next to the other memorial. So they're having their official ceremony this Saturday. And it's really beautiful, so that turned out really cool. And then the big focus for us is we have several big focuses going on in basic service, but it will be tagging along what Casey was talking there. We're at the phase now to where planting is going to be starting at Saunders Park. And it's a huge piece, right? You know, we have all the infrastructure in, but that's all it's going to look like until we beautify that place with all the plantings that are going to go there. As you know, also, we took that task on in-house, which is a huge cost savings for the district, but also a big heavy lift and a challenge too, that I think we're up for. And we've been taking care of plants over on Wilsonville Road there at the grow operation for over a year now, and secured those a long time ago at a lot more affordable prices, maybe than what they are today, of course. And so we're very excited to start creating those gardens over there and make Jan proud, I think, of how that's going to turn out. So I'm excited about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Brian, can I piggyback onto something? Regarding Spring Meadow Playground, we've talked about it off and on. It came to the board a little bit ago, but we were talking today, and one of the things that we're going to plan on doing is, so it's going to be coming for the first kind of authorization to proceed with that project with the board soon, but we're also going to be doing a neighborhood information session that's going to be at the park. If there are any board members that would like to be a part of that, particularly less than a quorum, it would be great to have a person or two there. Brandon raised his hand before I finished. So, but if anyone else is interested, please let us know. It's nice to have board members as elected officials there to show support for those things. And I think that between things like our senior center and our playgrounds, there are lots of unsung heroes. I mean, some of the programs, people are using them, they don't necessarily always know that they're us. But if we can go introduce ourselves to a neighborhood because we think we're making a good decision about an upgrade in their area, I think that's good. And we want to basically share what we're looking at, what we're thinking about, make sure that we got it right, talking to that neighborhood, and then also let them know what the schedule is going to be for that park being down and out of commission during some of the construction period. So,
Yeah, I mean, depending on the date, I can probably make it just as a date. One thing I wanted to segue on that is that in some of the playgrounds we built in the past, the neighborhood has come and helped in different ways. And even if it's just like moving things or opening the boxes or whatever, and it gives them ownership. Sometimes they'll get in your way, I understand that, but if you can give them some jobs to do, they take ownership, it's pretty cool.
we can try and include something like a sign up like
It's
that.
just
That doesn't
time.
sound unreasonable. So, okay. That was it. Thanks for letting me steal the last word there, Brian. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Thank you, Max.
Just a quick rundown. We just got done aerating about 6 weeks ago. Greens are healing up pretty nice. I think we've had 2 or 3 high school events already.
Max, you're too tall. There you go. Thank you.
And then just getting the course in shape for the busy season, keeping the grass short and working on green fertility and stuff like that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kellen, you got something?
That's pressing.
Hey, you know, I'd like to bring something up here real quick if I could. I'm wondering if what we shouldn't do is look at our agendas going forward here and maybe move up some of the stuff so that these guys can get out of here earlier.
They would be fine with that.
Yeah, we can.
I suspect.
Yeah.
Actually,
We can reorganize it. That would be fine. But
Before public comment?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, we could, would the board, this is a good suggestion. Would it be before or after consent, something like that?
What do you think, Jim?
Yeah, because consent goes pretty quick. So I would just say right after consent, and then they can go to bed early.
Yeah.
But we have to stay, what about us?
What about Kat?
Sorry, Kat.
SOL.
And board.
Unless the other board members have a problem with that.
We could require a buddy for Kat to stay.
The superintendent's probably stuck.
Yeah.
Okay. So, any discussion, are we done with staff reports?
I believe we're done with staff reports.
Okay, any discussion on correspondence? Citizens' comments?
We got a lot of them.
Miscellaneous, okay. So, did you want to do, it's not on here, but did you want to do the foundation meeting first?
No, I need us to finish this meeting before we do the
Okay,
next
So I
one.
just want to know where you want to be. So we are going to go into executive session, and that means that, I'll let Clay lay it out in a second, but executive session to consult with counsel concerning the legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed, ORS 192.6602H. Also, B, executive session to conduct deliberations with persons designated by the governing body to negotiate real property transaction, ORS 192.6602E. So, I know that you folks want to stay here, but staff would need to leave and only certified folks, the board, can stay. If you want to take it from here, Clay, as far as the legal part of this, that'd be fine.
So we'll be convening an executive session. Journalists are welcome to join us. Other folks unfortunately cannot. And my understanding is the board would like to have myself, Casey, and Kat present. Kat will be doing minutes. Casey and I will be participating on the items.
That's good.
Staff, if
Housekeeping with journalists, they cannot record.
the one person who I believe is likely to participate has already signed an acknowledgement form associated with this. So she understands. And our attorney is going to be joining us as well.
We're just gonna stay here?
I was going to have us go to the Camellia Room if there's anyone staying in this room. I'm looking at Angela.
Might as well.
So I would say let's convene to the Camellia Room. And Angela, frankly, you're here enough that I'm comfortable with you being out here. That seems like that'd be pretty unkind. Next meeting.
Okay, we are next meeting?
It's for your foundation meeting, which will start after you adjourn this one. All right, so don't look at that yet, adjourn this one, and we'll restart.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
Aye.
We are officially adjourned at 10, what is it, 10:25?
Another 4.5 hour meeting.